Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampoville and welcome back to our mounted barristers. This is number 3. Actually, we're going to do the big boss man right here. That's the judge, as we're going to refer to him. Now, he's got himself a cloak there. Let me refresh that there so I can kind of see what's going on here. So we got some little bit of illustrations here, some chat. Was this chat GPT? I think this is actually chat GPT. So you see that image in the lower right hand side over there? Now check out this. Hey there, Landrast. So yeah, this is what we're going to roll with for the diorama. Something like this. Again, what's weird is it cranked out this image. It was great the first time around. Hey there, Armored Wolf. All of the modifications I tried to make to this, it was hideous. It was like the software was useless. So I don't know how it made this literally on the first try, and then everything else didn't just make it worse, it made it infinitely worse. So it was really bizarre. Again, these are the ones from Copilot. Actually, again, that was from ChatGPT right there. So I actually did something worthwhile. I'm actually going to scare up my other references here. Let me see. Okay, it's this one. Yep. So we got that one now, so that I can look at that. Whoops, that's not the thing. This is the thing here. And again, this is what the diorama is gonna. It's gonna look a little bit like this. So basically, you're kind of getting a little sneak preview of the diorama right there. And we'll be doing that as a long series. Okay, got some of this stuff we can do. Where's our first guy here? So yeah, we got the scales right there, but the scales are going to have some eyeballs on them, I think. Now we're going to change that around just a little bit. Now this is our one from last night right here. And we're going to try and do the same thing once again. Hey there, Sector X. So yeah, Sector X, just because of the way things are positioned here, you saw how the monitors are. I actually have the one monitor. It's literally just sitting on top of, what the heck is it sitting on top of? Oh, it's sitting on top of like a little shelving unit. Like a middle tiny plastic shelving unit. It's very all high tech here and stuff. Yeah, super high tech, super deluxe. Let's just start doing some of this later dry brush stuff, shall we? Just start doing some of this, get things rolling. So Sector X, glad that, again, that things are nice and busy and everything, and for some good reasons. I know it does kind of make other things a little bit more challenging. So Sector X, actually everything is where it's supposed to be, believe it or not. If anybody came in here and moved things around, it would all get moved right back so that I could actually stream again. Because all of the stuff that you see around me, well, you want to know why there's props and all this other kind of stuff? Like, oh, I don't know. I can pull up this, or I can pull up one of these. The reason why I can do this is because all that stuff is around me. Kathy used to refer to it as the cockpit. And essentially, I am surrounded almost 360 degrees. So it's about 290 degrees worth of stuff around me. And of course, well, I need to be able to get at this stuff at a moment's notice too, don't I? Or stuff like this at a moment's notice. So yeah, all of the things that you see on stream, if those are not where you saw them, then this streaming area is completely useless to me. So believe it or not, the room is clean. That is actually it in its ideal state, believe it or not. Because, yeah, this is if I wasn't streaming miniature painting, or if I didn't want to show anything to anybody, then I wouldn't have to have everything around me. But since it's a working area, well, there's going to be stuffs, right, Armored Wolf? Yeah, actually, Sector X, Armored Wolf and I, we know that we can do that, so we basically use those images like they're little tiny nuclear weapons. Actually, Kathy, what she used to do is people would have, like, if we were playing one of those games, like, say, Star Trek Ascendancy or something, where people had all their stuff piled up in front of them, all neat, like everything, all super ADHD and everything. She would actually just go in there when they weren't looking and just move it all around. Or she would just look at them, take her hand, and just literally just, do that to it, just just to make them have a bit of a reaction. So yeah, Sector X, this image right here, this was like the first thing that ChatGPT cranked out. Everything else after it was worse than like a 1.5-year-old could create. It was bizarre. It was like it did that really well, and then it just got hideous. Um, there's a couple of other AIs I want to ask you about their Sector X. I think is it called Create AI or is it Artistry AI? It's supposed to not run into things like, well, see this demon thing here? Obviously, I was surprised I got that out of it before it started saying, nope, can't do any more. You get no, oh, this violates this, that, the other, whatever. I don't know if you get that all the time with what you're doing, but oh man, I get that all the time. So Sector X, if you could just shoot me a message to remind me about that one, because I haven't actually heard about that one. There's a whole bunch of other ones that I've heard about, but not that one. So if you don't mind, that would be handy. I mean, obviously everything's gonna have to be the paid version, right? That's baked into the cake. It's the cost of doing business. All the platitudes, right, Sector X? Now, I actually am printing out some more BFG ships, and these are kind of, well, the ones I like instead of all this other stuff, which is just, well, whatever. So it'll be fun, actually, for a change, being able to maybe paint some BFG ships that I think would be fun. Oh, let me get down here. Yeah. There we are. Now, Sector X, is yours, is it on a pedestal or is it on a wall mount? I'm guessing maybe it's on a wall mount and how big was it? Like a 46-inch monitor you were saying there, Sector X? I guess the other thing is, is it painful to get your two monitors positioned on that? Because I've had it where sometimes, for whatever reason, it gets kind of jinky trying to get the right monitor on the right side or the right place or whatever. So it is on an arm. I thought so, Sector X. I can't do that here because the table is right up against the wall. So the monitor would pretty much be almost where my head is right now. So that would be less than ideal. So it would have to just be sitting on top of something. Well, that's pretty cool there, Sector X. Obviously, we're somewhat limited here when it comes to stuff like that. Mostly because we have to, I have to kind of have enough cameras and mounting equipment and stuff like that for now, what, 5 different filming areas? Yeah. It's dispersed, Sector X. It is somewhat dispersed here, the resources. Alright, we're just about ready to do some of our glazy things here. And again, it's gonna be super simple. Going to be super simple here. Let's do that. And now we are going to start doing all of the glazes like you see on that one there. Where's the brush we were using for the glaze stuff? Yes, well, look at this. See that? Now that is a brush that, what would you pay for an implement like that? That is a high precision brush right there. Who says brushes need bristles, right, Landrast? Bristles are for beginners, wouldn't you say, Landrast? Yeah, but real pros don't need, yeah, they don't need bristles. A true pro can go with just a chunk of wood, as they say. I'm gonna get some of this, some of this. We got ourselves an ambery color right there. Do that now, and let's see what we're gonna get some of the violet in some of this too. Here and there and here. Sector X, believe it or not, I do have actually, I do have a couple of wall mount brackets. Sector X, oh, Sector X, I gotta here. Now I do have something that I'm not sure if you have one of these. I actually have two of them. Now my secondary filming area to try and get, well, it's the one with the Surface Pro. And I'll send you some pictures of this. It's actually, the entire machine is on a swing arm thing that goes up and down side to side. So I can raise it up to have it out of the way, or I can actually swing it over to be on another table. Now, I thought for, yeah, let's see. This was, okay, yeah, you wouldn't have these images. I sent these, this is when I first redid the area back in June of 2023 and created that secondary filming spot. I'll have to send you some pictures of that Sector X. But I actually have a second one of those. Now those work well because they just latch onto the side of your table. So that is actually a usable thing. And that actually was what I was thinking. Well, actually, Sector X, you probably couldn't see it in the image, but off to the right, there's a magnetized, essentially pegboard. It's a metal pegboard, and I've got shelves on there. And actually, the shelving unit, I have them down by my printers too, Sector X. So yeah, I'll shoot you some images of this stuff. When you see it, the ADHD part of you will actually be pleased by it. Believe it or not, it will. You'll actually like it when you see all of these different things for organization. And actually, I think I sent you where I was reorganizing some of the larger printed stuff now. Yeah, actually, that's worked out. That's come out aces. Because that's how I can just kind of reach behind me now and just say, oh, how about we grab this big old guy, and now he's also completely dust free. The only other place for this would have been down in the basement, like not even on this floor of the house. So believe it or not, Sector X, there has been a major reorganization campaign that's been ongoing for, well, what, a couple of months now? Since Adepticon. Basically since Adepticon. So yeah, Sector, I think actually you're gonna, I mean, all kidding aside, yeah, we've had a little bit of fun and some jesting going on, but I think genuinely, while it's not exactly, it's a hodgepodge of things, it actually functions really, really well. So I think you might actually like what you see in these images as far as, yeah, I don't know how much of the before and after type stuff I have of it. Because if you had those, then you would really go like, holy smokes. So yeah, I think I did send you the teardown from a couple of weeks ago, Sector X. Again, this was not long after Adepticon. Look at that. Looky there. And Sector X, what I have to find out is, because, well, obviously I have basically 24, maybe 36 hours to do as many exports as I can. I gave up on the new YouTube channel because, well, I'm limited what I can do there because, well, it doesn't have enough subscribers. Oh, by the way, if you want that channel to get to where it's actually more usable for me, if you could just subscribe to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Hey, Shrugs, how you doing? Nice to see you there, Shrugs. Happy Saturday. Well, is it okay? We still got 58 minutes of a happy Saturday here, and that's all that matters. All other time zones are irrelevant. It only matters what's happening here. And again, for all the folks, Missouri, Kentucky, and all that kind of stuff, here's hoping that you came out of that okay, or at least as okay as possible, because that Armored Wolf, I think, believe it or not, that took out more people than that one in March, the one with like 40 tornadoes. Yeah, this actually took out more folks. This is just Umbers are. This is uh, that Gamlin recycled earth color Landrast, the brown one. What is that though? The brown ochre. Yeah, it's a really nifty one. I don't have a command for that. Actually, shrugs. Once that goes live, I'm still building it right now. Once it becomes like a real channel where I've got descriptions and all of the what would you call them, the thumbnails and everything, that's when I'll kind of make an official announcement there, Shrugs, and we'll have kind of was that one of those exclamation point things, Shrugs, where the link for that will pop up, so that way Armored Wolf doesn't have to sit there and go, every time someone wants to see that, he doesn't have to worry about posting that link. It would just kind of, people will be able to do that. Oh, wait a minute, what the heck is that? I thought that was just a bristle from the other thing. No, that was, not sure what that was. Might have actually been a chunk of Indian yellow. Okay, so we're getting this stuff initiated here, just like what we got there. So thanks, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. Now, I was considering doing a white horse for this guy. I was going black with everybody else, but I might do him for, because again, you can see the black horses there. Now, this is going to be a diorama. It's going to be a new video series on the Patreon page. I'm calculating at least 6 episodes. Just building the diorama itself and prepping stuff is going to be a whole episode at least. Then painting the diorama is going to be at least 1 or 2 episodes, and then painting the figures might also be, it could be 7 or 8 episodes, who knows. And again, these were the initial reference pictures. Thanks, Shrugs. I really appreciate that. It does make a massive difference. It really, really, really does. So I appreciate all that. Yeah, Shrugs, it's kind of a bummer because we actually had Ryan had created a link to the on the Patreon page to all of the Twitch sessions, because there's stuff that I can do here that I just can't do in a Patreon vid. Well, and vice versa. So they were supposed to kind of play off each other. And then sadly, it was all taken away, so we're trying to make the best of that. So thank you so much. That will be appreciated. Nope, nope, no, almost did. Okay, so again, now you can see in the lower right hand corner, that is the image that I generated, and that's what we're going to have as right here on the cloaky thing, on his cloaking device. Let me just chuck this on here real quick, just to get that underway. Well, Shrugs, I really hope that they're helpful for folks. I mean, I know the oil stuff can be tricksy. It's not the easiest thing to kind of get into initially. But I do hope that after a while, people, they kind of see a pattern develop with how we're doing things, or how things change. That's the other thing, Shrugs. With the channel here, there's been a bunch of folks that have been able to say, well, hey, what about this? Or what about that? Like these, our new Alkyd paints, the Paul Rubens stuff. I would have been none the wiser about those things. You know what? I'm kind of liking the. I'm gonna go with the black. So I'm gonna get me some of my indigo here. Some of the Van Dyke brown. I'm actually going this way with it. I was gonna do a white horse. I kind of think I need to stick with the black to emphasize that whole judge slash barrister look. Yeah, I think we need to do that. Okay, well that's and of course the advantage of doing this. Consider this as it's not a color test figure. It's a color test unit. Because based on what I see here, that is how I will paint the diorama figs. And well, this is it. This is kind of it, right, Strugs? You know, that tying things together sort of thing. Hey, Dark Horse, how you doing? Well, Dark Horse, you say you returned from the void. How far from the void or in the void were you? This far, Dark Horse? Seriously, Dark Horse, we painted this up on Thursday. I am not joking. This is again the other reason why we need all the stuff around us so we can grab stuff like this. So yeah, Dark Horse, that's what I painted on Thursday, right there. It's been part of our. Actually, Shrugsley, you've seen some of these. Actually, Shrugs, were you in the chat when I was doing this one or the one before? I thought maybe you were in the chat for that one, or was it the horsey? No, I think it was the Balrog. So yeah, I wonder, Shrugs, did you see the Balrog getting painted? I wonder. I think it's possible. Did we? Yeah, we did that. Did that. Did those. I think Shrugs, yeah, that was number 7. Shrugs. It also marks exactly how many Thursdays it's been since Adepticon, which would be 7. Because it was the Thursday after I got back from Adepticon that we did our very first one, which was the Space Wolf. Now, Landrast, who do you got over there tonight for a fabulous Saturday? Yeah, who's joining you there? Let me try these two together. More of this. More of that. And then a little bit of our... bit more of our blue there. Now we're getting somewhere. Thanks, Strokes. Appreciate that. And I think you saw Space Sauron. All right, let's see if we can get to Space Sauron down here. Is this him? Yeah, there he is. There's Space Sauron. And I tried to do, some different colorations on each one. A little bit different. Whoops, 1 second here. That needs to be on top. There we go. Well, that, I guess, is that going to be punctuated every so often by an ouch or something like that, Landrast? Thanks, appreciate that, Dark Horse. Yeah, a bunch of these broke off. By the way, if you're wondering why those aren't here, all of those either broke off or they never printed in the first place. Hey, Nurgle Matthew, great to see you again. Hopefully Saturday was awesome for you. Let me see. Oh, yeah, so Sectorix, one of the things I was wondering is, can I export a video from one YouTube channel to another? That's the one parameter I haven't looked into yet. Because what I'm hoping is I can just export a bazillion videos to the main channel and then slowly, basically re-export those to the other YouTube channel. I wasn't sure if that's possible. That's it's the one parameter I didn't project something like that being needed, right? Because they were supposed to be two separate channels. So it's like, why would I be exporting the same video from one channel to another, or the same type of video? But in order to be able to do this stuff, I kind of might have to do that. Sectrix, would a 5 terabyte drive do it? Because I have one in my cart. It's a little bit trickier now. Well, and also, well, I guess give me the address or something like that to send that to. Is that the only? Oh no, that's not the only one that has that. Ah, these things also up there. Nice to see you, Valfira. Because I think you said it was 3.5 terabytes, right, Sectorix? So Valfira, I hope that things didn't get too crazy last night. Obviously, Kentucky, that well, that didn't go so well, right, Valfira, and Missouri. That's okay. Well, I think I might actually have an 8 terabyte here, Sectorix. Actually, you know what, Sectorix? It might be better to send two different ones, just to keep those segregated. So yeah, I might send one for Kathy's and then one for mine, because mine alone might be about 4.5 terabytes. Okay, so we'll go with the 8. That's okay. I mean, we kind of get those things like candy, right, Sectorix? There's never enough of those. So Valfira, again, the AI thing, believe it or not, on the very first go, it churned out the most usable piece, and then everything after this was, it wasn't just unusable, it was like embarrassing. It was like, it was like somebody took like pieces of cardboard and cut them with the scissors and tried to tape them together. Like, and you could see the tape. It did this, and then it just became disastrous from there. I'll see you in a bit there, Sector X. See you in a bit. What are we doing here? Oh, geez, we got to get some of our dark over there. Yeah, look at that. We're missing that right there. All right, no biggie. No big deal. Velfir, it's weird. I'll show you some of the stuff that I did in Copilot, which it was weird because Copilot, all of a sudden, it's like, wait a minute. Where have you been for the last couple of months, or at least this version of you? And then it kind of regressed a little bit. So it's weird. It is totally weird, Velfira. So I'm actually doing, basically, I literally have the two tabs side by side, Velfira. And technically, that image that you saw with the barristers, that was, I combined these images with an image that I did in, so that the thing with the mural there, the fresco, that was actually from ChatGPT. And also, whoops, I did press my scene again. This image down here in the lower right-hand corner, that was also done via the ChatGPT, and it combined them together really nicely. And then it just started, the failures just went, it was like printing, Velfira. It was just like that, it was just like the car, where everything printed out great except that one wheel. And then it literally got progressively worse each time I tried to print it again. Less of the wheel printed. We got some of the weirdest analogies, or you know, don't we hear Valfira for like explaining what it was like? is like, well, this catastrophe was like this one. Well, let's describe this catastrophe in this way, right, Valfira? Okay, I think now we've got all of those darks in position. Now I'm actually going to start fooling around with this. Let's start playing around with our mural here. Let's do that. Na 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 na. Or do we do it with the... I'm going to do it like this, maybe. Let's start this way with it. No, maybe we will go with the black. Alright, so, well, we're changing things back again. That never happens on this channel, right, Sectorix? Shrugs, it was de-inventing the wheel and like trying to substitute it with a hexagon. it was that level of weird. Oh, look at this. Makeup sponges. Valfair, I want to know how people are worried about like the fake things or whatever, right? All the fake videos of people. I'm like, I can't even create a still image of somebody. I can't even create a still image of me, much less somebody else. That's just crazy. Now, let me see. We want to make sure that this is small enough. Okay, there's that. Arm here. This. Eyeballs are going to go down over here. Look at that freehand right there, Valfira. Again, do you think you get precise designs like that just anywhere? Huh, I don't think so, Valfira. Look at this. That is total precision work right there. Dark Horse, I have some stickers coming. Basically, a little mashup with the Giordano's Pizza label, and it's spelled pizza with 3 Z's. Where's my book of WAPO here? Let's see. So it's spelled book with 3 O's, and it's spelled WAPO with a Z, because of course. Oh, there it is. And it did so horribly with the Linseed Fellowship stuff. I just had to do that with regular stuff in Photoshop. Yeah, so that was me in Photoshop that made that. Hey there, 8th Gate. How you doing? Everybody, please give 8th Gate Studio a follow. 8th Gate, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I'm going to move this down. I'm actually going to move this down here because I need it right over here. So that is going to go there, which means this will change a little. That is going to be the arm then. And we're going to, there's the horns. Then we'll have arm with a sword there, and then we'll have the eyeballs over there. So Shrugs, yeah, we obviously we use the makeup sponge a lot with the pre-glaze, but we don't do the pre-glaze as often, especially now that we are doing the darker primer stuff like this. But they're still handy as erasers, that's for sure. Now we're still waiting on that to also set. This stuff will get some of our gold over there. I don't want to forget about that. Okay, just leave it like so. That also gets some of the gold. And again, what we are working towards is this. That's what we did last night on the stream. So again, 8th Gate, appreciate you being here. Let me grab this. And start working on our scales. Oh, justice here. Oh, that gets lifted up much higher. Again, it's like we have an eraser. And of course, Velfear, if there's anything that you wanted to share, same thing there, Dark Horse. And of course, 8th Gate and Shrugs, if you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. There we are. And I'm kind of waiting on some of the other stuff to set. It's not going to dry, but definitely waiting on that to set. So there's one of our scales there. There's another scale over there. Now we're going to start fooling around with some stuff around that point there. Let's, you can see that's actually set enough where I can go back in and start to maybe add some mid-tone there. It's also got, again, a little bit of this bluish coloration to it. Actually, Nurgle Matthew, have you had a chance to do any painting over the last few weeks? I'm not sure if I actually asked you if you had a chance to kind of keep up with the painting there. Now, sometimes, obviously, demands of life demand other things. Thank Thermid Wolf for posting a link to the merch page. Yes, there is the merch, and we did a whole bunch of different things. Since it's still 80 degrees, well, now it's 81 degrees in here. I do also have, this is filled up here, Valfera, not with scale ale, but, well, I guess so. If you call grape, what is that? The grape energy version of Crystal Light, well, then it's scale ale. Okay, oh, we have another one over there. That's right. Now, we do also have the quill and the hammer. Let's do quill and hammer over here. So, we'll have the quill go this way. So there is the quill. And then there's the hammer. Well, yeah, was it the hammer lance? That's because I wasn't sure. Is it a halberd? Is it a lance? Is it a hammer? What in the world is that thing? We have now decided on lance hammer. I do believe that was your name on some kind of a site, right, Landrast? Okay, let's do some lighter stuff here on that little jug there of scrolls. Again, I have a ton of this stuff printed out. Of course, I got to now find it. Not sure where the heck it is. We are maybe going to do it instead of a skull there. We're going to kind of roll with this eyeball-y flavor right here. What we do, Valfera, is we never measure anything. We just eyeball it. Yeah, that's... we never pre-measure anything here. Everything is... we just eyeball it. Yeah, you don't get quality statements like that just anywhere, right, Valfera? Actually, well, I didn't get a chance to go to the pharmacy today. I had to kind of, but the groceries that I got. Oh, and Armored Wolf, I did ask at the grocery store, by chance, did a certain thing get left here? And they looked and they said, no, that's the only other place I've been, especially since April 5th. I've literally been nowhere else except for there. So it's either in this house or it got thrown away. So that's well, when I start doing some other organizational things, hopefully during the week, I'm hoping that it somehow reveals itself. I'm just again, this happened to set more quickly than everything else, so that if you're wondering why I'm working up here on the wig area, it's only because I'm kind of waiting on this stuff to set. Then I'm going to go in there and we're going to start putting some lighter midtones on that as well. Valfira, it could literally be right underneath me. It could be buried on the floor underneath something. I'll shoot you a message, Valfira, with the situation there. But I had to, at least I wasn't losing my mind that I said, I think at some point in the last month, I had to take it out to take a picture of it, and sure enough, I was right. Now, oh, that's right. Let me get to this stuff here. I almost forgot about this sort of black inlay here. Let's not forget about these guys. And that's not black. That actually is indigo. There's no black in the color that we are applying right now. That is all straight up indigo right there. They're not even a chaser of Van Dyke Brown on that. This, I think, is going to start to maybe change back to something darker here. Hey there, Michael. How you doing? So, Michael, have you been able to really catch any streams at all the last few days? So sorry that, and of course, Michael, here's hoping that today wasn't too rough out there, because I wasn't. I was hoping you weren't exactly getting, say, the Wisconsin, Kentucky, Missouri treatment right there. Not today, anyways. So, Michael, if you wanted to share your ReaperCon stuff, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow if you could. So yeah, Michael, sorry that something done nabbed you there. And here's hoping that you feel a whole lot better real soon. Where's my, yeah. I knew there was some more just regular fur on the horsey there. Okay, now we're starting to get some action there. Now, I'm glad that you've been able to at least lurk a little bit there, Michael. And thanks for playing hurt there, Michael. Appreciate that. I just want to get, yeah, let's get these edges here. Some of our lighter dry brush stuff got on those. Okay, that's better now. Actually, I'm kind of glad now that I am also doing this, essentially yet another color test figure. So everybody check out that class schedule and list there of Michael Paints Minis for ReaperCon. And that is coming up Labor Day weekend. So again, be there or be square. And don't be square. But I guess now, well, there would, in addition to all the other impediments to me getting to ReaperCon, I guess now you have to have the real ID to fly, which I do not have, so that will be a long walk to ReaperCon, right, Valfira? That would be a very, very long walk to ReaperCon. That's gonna be gold. Yeah, we'll stick with the gold there, but almost. Actually, I think I can start fooling around with the armor here. Okay, I think we are. Ooh, no, wait a minute. Let's wait a bit. That I can definitely mess around with up there. Shrugs, actually, that would be something. I actually would really kind of like to do that. Now, obviously, it adds a wee bit of travel time, but I kind of actually would like that. I don't know how it would get. I'm guessing it would be at least 2 days by train from here to Texas. Now, I don't know if you need real ID to get on a train. It is. I know you need real ID to get on a plane, but I don't know about a train. Michael, I guess based on the experience of last year, I know you were saying you made adjustments to things to try and pack in even more good stuff in each of the classes, and I think you kind of added a few more of one type, right? Actually, let's see. Hey, Augur, how you doing? Nice to see ya. But no, you must have a now. You must now have a real ID to. If you want to get on a plane, you got to show them a real ID. Let me do some more of our yellow right here. I split the class in two. And again, everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. Now, Michael, as ReaperCon kind of draws closer, and actually, Michael, hopefully your MSP entry, you're able to get some stuff done on that. Maybe a little bit here and there, even with again playing hurt there. Let's see. Let me do this here. Uh, Hopefully that is reasonably on schedule with all your MSP stuff. Let's see. I was most likely going to have to renew the driver's license in 2026 just because I think 2022 or whatever it was, or 21 is when I renewed it. I think it was 21 because yeah, there was all kinds of crazy. Yeah, it was crazy. Now look at this. See how that's not shiny anymore, and I can actually get in here and do stuffs. Now we will be getting in there with all of our greens as well. Now again, you see me hanging onto this thing, right? I was painting this last night, so as of about 4 o'clock this morning, no, 4:30 this morning, I was still painting this thing. And as you can see, I can handle it, and the paint that's on there is from this. It's not actually from that figure. Hey, Git, how you doing? Let me see. From DC to Philadelphia. Yeah, shrugs. It would be fun. It would be fun, definitely, to be able to do that. So Git. I got some. This is going to be one of the images you see tomorrow on the Council of Miniature Painters. Remember, I was talking about kind of smashing a bunch of my different AI references together, like these and stuff. And I also created with another AI image, and that's the diorama that I'm going to be making right there. So yeah, I'm trying to kind of compile all of the images together, and after the stream tonight, I'm going to be making I'm going to be making a bunch of scenes that I can call up during the Council of Miniature Painters tomorrow, and again, that is going to be a Monster Den Mini site, or Monster Den Mini's Twitch channel. 7 Eastern, 6 Central. And of course, everybody, please get a follow. If you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. Let me try to get. Okay, we got some of that now. If that is going to be the hand there, we need to actually make that a little bit smaller then. Okay, that needs to be smaller. So yeah, Michael, our mounted baristas here. Who would have thought we'd be doing so much with our mounted baristas? Again, these are from Creature Caster. And I will be creating a multi-part tutorial video series, much like our one on, it wasn't one, it was actually 2 different contest entries for Resin Beast. So we call it Road to the Resin Beast. And this was, whoops, I already passed by it here, I think. There it is. So that was part of an entire series. I did 2 figures, that was one of them. And of course, we did these on stream. And then, of course, that was, there's a whole series of tutorials on that. That was our Resin Beast. Those are all the Resin Beast trophy winning things there at Adepticon. And again, we have lots and lots of video. Basically every brushstroke on all of those figures is either, again, a Twitch session or a tutorial video on the Patreon page. Covered every last bit of it. Well, I'm glad you're getting some terrain going there, because we all love terrain. More terrain, more better. It really adds. Do we ever talk about that as a subject there, on the Council of Miniature Painters? Yeah, again, it's not just games of Song of Ice and Fire or Warhammer or MESBG or whatever. I mean, even RPG games really, really benefit from having actual, genuine terrain. I know that because when I first got introduced to the whole D&D experience, it was actually my job to create, what was that? It was a scenario called the Gothias tree. I actually sculpted the Gothias tree out of Scopy, and we made up the miniatures, and we even had basically a 3D dungeon thing, to the point where the little kobolds, the little tree guys were so well hidden, people didn't even see them. They were literally moving their figures, and they would be surprised by these things in real time. So yeah, that is well, you know, that would be a discussion near and dear to me, because again, terrain to me is somewhat important. And I really do think that, again, it adds to all experiences, again, not just wargaming, but I really think for RPG stuff, it really does set a stage. I know lots of folks, ever since 2020, 21, they do a lot of the virtual roleplay stuff on Discord. And they still do that because it's a little bit easier to get everybody in one Discord room than it is a physical room. And that's if they live close by. Obviously, the Discord stuff allows people to, from a great distance, participate in stuff. Also, I think I gave you all of these files, right, Michael? And Git, I think you have a bunch of these too. Those are for October. And again, what I'm hoping is that people will be, speaking of Discord, maybe we'll playing some games, maybe one-offs, maybe doing some role-playing one-offs or something like that. I'll try to do, if I can, maybe some Discord paint hangout session things or something like that. Yeah, well, I'll know more as it gets closer to, well, October. Right now, don't know so much. Okay, I'm still trying to figure out what's going to be happening like later tonight, much less late October. Ah, tree blights. That's it. I couldn't remember their painterly again. Actually, painterly git you might get a kick out of. This is again, this is the cuisine channel, and there's a wee bit of an emphasis on cuisine. All I saw was corrupted steak and unburnt. So I literally thought that I got hungry looking at that poster again. Yeah, I saw corrupted steak and I saw unburnt. I'm like, wow, how do you how do you corrupt a steak? So yeah, yes, you can tell there's a bit of a one-track mind right there. So Michael, I wasn't sure if you got the Sauron, and I think there's another one of Mary, and I do believe there is a Treebeard one that I think that was underway. I'll ask about that one later, but I could swear there was a Treebeard one being made. Okay, yeah, we're gonna get skin some of the lights in there. So see, we're starting to pick out some of those lights. We're what 57 minutes in here, anyways. We're already starting to do some freehandy things on the cloak and the barding on the horsey there. Valfira, actually Valfira, well, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it, but it has something entered the house today from the grocery store. I won't say what it was, but yeah, that is now in the house. So I guess well, if weird things start happening, Valfira, you know why, or if you don't hear from me anymore. Yeah, if you suddenly don't hear from me, and you get a response like this Facebook account has been disconnected, then you know that that got me there. It's kind of the honey Dijon, Valfera. Okay, so you don't have. I swore I sent you at least this one in the Galadriel, Michael, but I'll try and get you these other ones. Again, they're spread out on a couple of different machines, so that's why it's kind of hard to remember. But I'll try to get you the other ones there, Michael. And again, my hope is that people will print those out, and then we can have essentially a Lord of the Rings gummy bear painting festival, again via Discord or something, in late October. Again, it's just roughly being referred to as CathyCon for right now. I mean, it's not anything exact, and there's no precise whatevers. It's got to be kept super flexible. Which I thought might make it actually easier for folks if it is not a hard and fast, well, several months from now, this is happening. I sent him to Blades Painterly Git, And I also sent the Kathy files to Blades. So those you should have those as well. Valfera, Well, Valfera, if gravity attacks at any point in the next 5 days, we know what happened. We know that it does then, I guess, Valfera. That'll answer the question for us. Gonna add me now. Again, this is pretty much almost fully set. So you can see I can kind of go in here, mess around with more of this. That's great. Well, I'll try to send, maybe I'll send them again. Maybe I sent the Kathy ones and not the gummy bears painter to get. I've sent them to a bunch of different people now. I sent them like Slade and such. So it's kind of hard for me to remember who has what. And of course, great success was had. Because remember, as we were ending the stream, it was almost time for the Western Bulldogs to take on the Essington Bombers. And, well, the Bulldogs kicked the first 10 goals of the game. They were up by 60 points early in the second quarter. They almost won by 100. It was one of the biggest victory, and actually they vaulted up to all the way up to 5th in the ladder. They now have the highest percentage in the league, too, because of that. Holy smokes. And it was quite the destruction. Let's get some more light up here. All right. Yeah. I don't want to lose some of this nifty dark that we've got. And again, a lot of that was done with the violet glazes in there. Hashtag no layers, right? So yeah, Velfair, remember early in the season they had all of those injuries? And we kept, it got to the point where, again, all I can do is listen to the radio call. I can't see anything. So I had no idea what was going on because there was nobody on the team that I recognized. So imagine, okay, you're a Red Sox fan. Then all of a sudden, for the first 2 weeks of the season, no, the first 3 weeks of the season, 90% of the roster is replaced by your AAA squad. That's pretty much what it was like to start the season for the Bulldogs this year. It was an exercise in young players, that's for sure, which ironically enough is starting to pay dividends now. Because now those players have actual game experience. And like high level game experience, not, oh, okay, we're down by 50. Go in there and finish things off. Thanks, Git. So yeah, St. Kilda was Kathy's team. And of course, there was that crazy year where they were playing in the championship game against Collingwood. And the game ended in a tie. And as the players are literally just laying there on the field, the announcer goes, "Oh, that was a great game, everybody. We'll see you again next Saturday." And they actually replayed the game, which the Saints lost by 100 points. They went from tying the game to a week later losing in the same stadium to the same team by 100 points. that was not the most glorious moment in St. Kilda history, needless to say. There we are, getting some more of our light down there. So since all Chicago teams are so bad, we just basically started migrating over to our Aussie rules teams. And just like, well, okay, we'll just, this will be where our hope resides. We need a little something more light there. We're also going to import some of that green, like you see there. It's going to go down here as well, also in there, because why? All that stuff is in shadow. And it's in shadow by things that are, well, basically this dark green, right? Now, let me try this here. Let me, try this blue. Maybe we'll make that eye even bigger, I guess. There's a little bit of an eyeball there. I still want to try and do this here. Let me see if we can get the de facto here. We're also going to again make that a little bit smaller. So cut down on that a little. Some dark behind that. So some more dark over there. Now we need to... Actually, let me start fooling around with some of our red. Let's get into some of this red here. Now I'm using the Windsor red instead of our... Well, this is... it's weird. It's supposed to be a substitute for the Naphthol Scarlet. Well, I guess the... Is it Naphthol Scarlet? Let me double check here. Naphthol Scarlet. So, we basically have, check this out, Valfira, just to make it more irritating for you. This is another version of Fanchon Red. Yeah. The goal is, Valfira, to assemble about 15 different versions of Fanchon Red that you have to get. I think we got 4 of them now, Valfira. So just 11 more to go. And then you can also have your collection of Fanchon Reds. Because one is never enough, right, Valfira? You need all the Fanchon Reds. In you go with that red there. And, actually, Valfira, I wonder if, you know what, let's do a film noir right now. Let's do one of those. Actually, I still use that Valfira. I was using that. Oh gosh, there was a series, or it was either a series or it was a Twitch session, Valfira, that I was using that. Now, we got this side here. Nothing there. So let's do the nothing side. It looks just like the nothing side, Valfira. Look at that. It almost looks the same. So it really is. It's not much of a value change. What it is, look at that. It's all about the color, because it's not a value thing, right? We did the film noir. It is that is just, it never gets old, right, Valfira, to see stuff like that. And yeah, what's interesting, we pretty much know that's going to happen. We can kind of even predict it. But seeing is believing, right, Valfira? Seeing is most definitely believing. Just going to hit that with a little bit of this again. Are not Fanchon red. It's faux Fanchon red, Velfira. We'll just roll with it this way, I think. Also like so. Maybe a little more thinner in that. I don't know. Let's see what happens with that. There we go. That also gets a red. That also gets red. That also gets red. There's more stuff. Yeah, this over here. Yeah, that thing. And again, there's supposed to be a bunch of tassels there. Those didn't exactly print, so they are not there. A couple of them over here though. There's one underneath there. Any other one of these lurking, hiding, whatever's? Fine, I'm just gonna chuck me a little bit of the red on there too, whatever's. Get at this with, not that much thinner. Nope, taking more of that thinner off of there. And again, this is going to be a definite candidate for a whole bunch of our green. That's that oxide, basically green oxide. It's everything that Italian Terra Verte was not at a fraction of the cost. So again, we love Williamsburg, yes, all that, but sometimes we are even deceived by Williamsburg. That was no fun. Yeah, we trusted in Williamsburg, and they failed us on the Terra Verte. I thought what I was getting was a very opaque green right around this tone right here, right around something like this. And it was even rated semi-opaque or mostly opaque. What we got was like less than Indian yellow opaque. It's like, wait a minute. That's like mango green. Just without all the intensity. So I'm still trying to figure out what in the world to do with that. I haven't even messed with it in, well, years. Ever since we used it in one of our color theory and oils episodes in a color chart thing. And I went, what in the world is this? I wonder, sure, we'll just see if we can't mobilize this. And again, there's that green, maybe a little bit of the brown in there too. And we are going to start to sneak a little bit of that again into some of these areas straight away here, because we know what got to be there anyhow. Some of that even over there. So look at that. I mean, that's tinting stuff already. Yeah, it was some severely underripe mangoes, right, Velfira? I have no idea what an underripe mango looks like. Oh, hey, Velfira. As per this is a cuisine channel after all. As per our conversation last night, I looked for the little. I looked for some yellow and orange tomatoes at the store, Velfira, They did have the yellow and orange red peppers, but no, the red and orange, the yellow and orange peppers, not red. Well, I guess if you mix the yellow and orange or with the red, you'll get what you'll get a different color. But no, the red peppers and the orange peppers, those were there, but the all they had were just regular cherry tomatoes. I know we were talking about those last night. So we have a batch of those for some salads, post-stream salads. No, we gotta thin this baby down here. There we go. That's more like it. There we go. And again, just like I say, Terra Rosa, you know what? This actually could make some interesting verdigris if you were to, let me get a little bit of, well, Severa's Blue in there. Severa's Blue and this together could make an interesting verdigris. A little more. There we go. Okay. There we go. So again, we were just doing one of our little film noir things, right? Why do we talk about film noir? Because contrast, of course, is more than just light versus dark. And, well, you see this green that we're adding here? Once we start to add the oranges in there too, and let me grab this one here because it's not blocked by anything. So see the orange and green there? Again, that is a whole nother type of contrast, and you can see it when we do our film noir. So that is a really, really critical thing. And of course, this is actually chapter 1 of the Book of Wapol. If a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. So if we have some greens down here on the base or greenish gray, well, they need to be elsewhere too, like up here, right? This would have to reflect up there because it's, well, shiny. That's we got this potentially greenish gray here. Why is that not reflected on the shiny gold? Again, if a color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. And of course, well, this certainly applies to everything here in Wampelville. Things must be messy before they can be neat. I know that most folks, they say, I want to paint the head. By the time this session is over, nothing else is going to be painted. There won't be any paint anywhere else, but by golly, that head's going to be painted, which is great because, well, you see progress. However, you painted all of that out of context of everything else, and now you're going to have to spend the rest of your time matching all of this to that. It also is going to slow you down massively. And then, well, it seems like this also is a very important deal. This is something I always say about sports, but think less, do more, or think long, think wrong. I've seen people overanalyze to the degree that not only do they not paint that day, but they sell off all of their paints because they're so busy overanalyzing everything. That's fantastic. Speaking of peppers, there I could swear that I saw Blade's got like some kind of a giant pepper, and she was gonna make like shit. Well, as the caption said, I'm gonna make me a stuffed pepper the size of my head. So I'm not gonna have to ask tomorrow. I'll have to ask Blades if that was made, or is it just the size of Cooper's head? So yeah, Valfira. Well, I'm gonna try and get back there again tomorrow. Anyhow, maybe I can find those other delicious peppers. Again, I used to grow those in the garden, but well, ever since the Great Wall was constructed there ain't no sunlight for that. Now, I suppose, well, there's several reasons why that is just not something that happens here. But again, when you have the advantage of working in the commercial art industry, that is literally beaten out of you. Yeah, there's no overthinking. There is no mission creep or something like that. You have X amount of time and no more. If you go past that time, well, you're in big trouble. So you do enough and no more. Now we're doing this is kind of kind of a little bit of an opposite thing here. We're doing much more translucent stuff to create this orange, which is going to go in some parts again, just like what we have there. See that orange there? Paint you really get was that a green pepper or a watermelon? Because I've seen smaller watermelons actually get. I mean, all kidding aside, I've never seen anything like that. Actually get the, she doesn't live near a reactor or anything like that, does she? Again, I'm just asking for a friend, because I'm thinking that something of those proportions might have been assisted. Yeah, so somehow I think that maybe. Now I hadn't heard any reports about significant nuclear accidents in Canada, so this must have been on the down low or something. Ah, well, okay. Now that ties into the next thing, because what I got myself was some lovely mashed avocados for a little bit of guacamole to go in the salad. Yes, that was always one of my favorite things, either avocados chopped up in the salad, but in this case it's going to be just avocados in guacamole form going into those salads. Velvet, it always seems like, well, they want the 10,000, they want the $30,000 job at the $10,000 price, right? And they think, what is it? We just added a couple of extra cabinets, or I just added a few fascia boards or something like that. This is a home repair channel, so if you're thinking, wait a minute, now we're getting into home repairs, it's like, nope, this is also a home repair channel. It's also an exercise channel. So yeah, Velfera might even. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna put some of the blue spirulina in that salad as well. So there we go. Orange and green achieved. Now that's all shiny right now, but that's going to set, and it's going to be, again, that you can see what we did there, right? You got the orange green there. Look at it. We got the orange and green right there now too. Let's mess around with this guy up here. Let me take Prussian blue, the manganese blue. I gotta find me. I gotta be looking around through the Dick Blicks there and see if there is just a regular manganese blue instead of a manganese blue hue. Also known as like fluorescent blue, because the fluorescent blue acts an awful lot like the manganese. Okay. Much later now for some of this stuff out here. Let me take a little side route. Whoops, not that much paint on there. Holy smokes. Just realized we got to get caught up down here with everything else. Like so. Again, we're just going to rough in a bunch of that for right now. And let us try to generate here a scale. Let's move the scale up a little bit further even. Okay, whoops. Okay, there's a whole bunch of thinner on that, which is fine, because reasons. Whoops, not that much paint. Okay, so we got that. That is going to be in the hand right there. No, I can move that down. All right. So we're changing all that around again. Because reasons. Okay, look at that. Can't do that with acrylics now, can ya? Just kind of go, yeah, that's just not working. I want to try it again. Now that's more like, we're getting somewhere. We're just gonna try and build everything around our scale here. And it's not scale ale, at least not yet. No, that one's got to be further. Yeah, let's make that further up here. Maybe even a little smaller too. Okay. Now let me see if we can at least just start to work in the face here. So there's that, and now some the horns. We need some shoulders. We also need that hand, like almost up here. And I might move that up a little bit further. So there's your hand, there's the arm. So if that gets moved up further, then okay, that works with this. And I might even move that head further up this way. So we're going to erase that, and we'll do this again. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that needed to be, the hand's going to be that size. We needed to make everything else bigger. And now we have our other arm over here, and then the sword there. So again, now we're going to step away from that, and we're going to work on some other stuffs here. Hey, there's Sea Dragon. Oh, it is a happy Sunday, Sea Dragon. We're 15 minutes into our Sunday. Actually, Sea Dragon, where you're going to be hanging out in the Council of Miniature Painters, well, I guess later today. So 6 Central, yeah, 6 Central for us, Sea Dragon, on the again on that's going to be a Monster Den Minis stream, the Council of Miniature Painters. Velfera, I do think now this was our first color test, right? And then it's actually Sea Dragon. I don't know if you got a chance to see. This is our one from last night. So actually, Velfera, I think this one probably took about. Technically, it did take about 25% less than the first one because at least we had an idea what was going where, right, Velfera? And now we got ourselves a process. So check this out, Sea Dragon. Remember we were talking about that diorama? So it's going to look something more like this. So yeah, that's what we're doing here for our diorama. Again, we got more of the your mounted barristers and stuff. But I actually did a really nice job with the horses. I actually kind of that was closer to what I wanted than maybe these were. Much as I like those. So yeah, Sea Dragon, very interesting. That was the first mashup of reference images, and I did that in Chat GPT. And it was actually using two different. It was using Copilot and GPT kind of together. So great to see you there, Sea Dragon. A little more, a bit more there. See, I wasn't sure if you were going to be hanging out in the council miniature painters at all. And again, that is coming up later today. I do believe Zambies is the special guest. Working some light there. Oh yeah, that's right. Dr. Faust Painting Clinic, right, Velfira? Actually, yeah, I haven't seen. We haven't seen the doctor in the house in a while. I think. Well, now I'm guessing. He isn't quite stream this late, right, Velfira? And everybody, please give Dr. Faust Painting Clinic a follow while you're at it. Oops, that don't go there. Where are we at? Ah, here we go. We'll just, oh, look at that. We're just going to erase it like we did some of our other things that didn't go the way we wanted them to. Come on, get down in there. Where's that other bit of light? We need a whole bunch of light over here on this crazy horse armor here. That is just so bizarre. Ah, that's what I thought, Velfira. Now we gotta start working on our books there. We want to get some of the freehand stuff, and here we're definitely gonna do like the eyeball type thing. We want to do that. So here is that quill. Starting to get that impression here. Nice to see you there, Doji. Doji, if you want to share any of your stuff in the chat, please go ahead. That'd be sensational. Everybody check out this really fabulous oil painted stuff that Doji's going to post in just a little bit here. Hey there, Denethor. So Denethor, hopefully you got that link right. Yep, I sent that off, so hopefully you got that, and hopefully you were able to, it was, made it a lot easier for you to find stuff. So great to see you there, Denethor. Of course, everybody please give Denethor a follow, and Denethor, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Alright, let me mess around with this a little more here. So everybody check out that Instagram link there that Doji just shared. Gonna lighten this stuff up here. So 93 minutes ago, well, we know exactly what this guy looked like because he was primed at the same time as this guy. So yeah, that's what he looked like. He looks a little different now. Let me work in, yeah, a little bit more of this right here. Yep, make that lighter too. Oh, Jesus, get some more of our light up here on his arm. And now this is some of the stuff that we're going to do. Further and further with the refinements. We start out, again, we just did that very simple dry brush stuff. Then we did the glazes over the top of that. And now we start to add more of this refinement here. And again, everybody please check out what Doji just shared, because Doji also using the oil paints, doing fabulous stuffs with the oil paints, of course. Like that. Here we are. Okay. More stuff here. Oh, that's right, Velfer. I've got more of those Battlefleet Gothic ships printing out. They're the ones that I really liked. Actually, there's a couple of fleets. So I've actually got two, what would you say, of my fleets that I'll have printed out. And I actually have a third fleet. It was a much cheaper set of ships. I think there's probably even less detail on these, but just the ship type I thought could be very interesting for even more object source lighting on ships, because, we never have enough object source lighting here, right, Velfira? No, let me try and make the red. Yeah, let's get into our red a little bit later here. So we're going to take this here, some of our orange. Try this again. There we go. No, I don't want to use that. I'm going to use this instead. That's more like it. So that is, it's not just, it's got the opacity to it now. Let's see what we can do with this here. No, we're going to make it even lighter here. A little touch of the yellow just to make sure that it doesn't get too peachy. Trying to get this big old blob of stuff off of the brush. There we go. Oh, almost. There we are. See how much lighter that red is now. So yeah, Velfira, they kind of, gee whiz. In some ways, they sort of remind me a little bit of the Space Above and Beyond ships. They're kind of like a cross between the Space Above and Beyond ships and things like the Drop Fleet Commander ships. And very much, you can pretty much tell it's supposed to be kind of a human fleet. And basically, the carriers, they look like carriers. And just that, to me, I thought it could be really interesting. We'll do those in a series. We'll paint all the Spacescape stuff on the bases. But I was thinking maybe different colors on that. So maybe try other Spacescape colors. Painterly get, I think they did about maybe 20 episodes. Was there a full season of that get? And of course, unfortunately, it ran straight into, it was on CBS on Sunday night, which meant that anytime the NFL ran over, it ran over that, that was the end of that show. Now, actually, Painterly get to this day, I still actually have basically a flight suit. Now, of course, it would be way easier to make it today, but we actually had patches made of the Wildcard Squadron and the Angry Angel Squadron. I think I even did some paintings and drawings from Space Above and Beyond. I know Paint Really Good. At one point, there was a YouTube channel, and well, he kind of one of the things he did talk about was well, older sci-fi shows, things like Firefly slash B5 and stuff. And obviously, I think more of the people from Space Above and Beyond are alive than B5, so that has maybe a higher chance of maybe ever coming back. And of course, I do believe you had Brent Spiner in that show as one of the artificial guys. I think they weren't they called AI? I'm pretty sure. No, were they? And their whole society was based on gambling. Oh, geez, Paint Really Good. I wonder. I'll have to see if those are around because I literally haven't seen it. Oh no, those were the in vitros. Paint Really Good. Yeah, the tanks. Those were the basically super soldiers for the humans. But no, this was the and they weren't the aliens. This was the basically the androids. And remember the androids? They ran a casino because their whole the statement that led to them revolting was someone told them to take a chance. They obviously meant it for gambling, but then they took it quite literally and said, "Oh, let's take a chance. Let's revolt." But I don't remember what the robots were called. So yeah, I'm gonna have to see if I can. Well, let's see. Either I'll see if I can find the DVDs. If it's streaming somewhere, that'd be great. I don't think it's streaming on Amazon or something like that, or Prime Video, whatever that's called. But for whatever reason, that was I think well, it kind of had the same feel as B5, where the humans weren't exactly masters of the universe. Silicates, that's right. They were called silicates because, well, for obvious reasons. Thanks, Git. And I guess the one way you could tell is that it was their eyes. Their eyes kind of looked almost like a targeting thing or something. That's right. So thanks for sussing that out for me, Git. It was kind of I just couldn't think of what it was. Let me try getting something a bit more here, a bit more of our light. And actually, it's got to have more red in there. Maybe this will do it. So trying to do some fingers there. Let's try to get something that would be like a face here. The blind. This is one of our fabulous Princeton short liner brushes, 18-0. Yeah, and I swear that the episode where you really see him the most was that casino. It was like a shore leave thing. That's it. Yeah, it was like a shore leave thing. And basically the Brent Spiner guy was the one running the casino. There was some kind of war, something like that, and they basically, kind of a bit like the Cylons, they got their own area of space. Now we're starting to maybe get somewhere here. And where's the... Put this here. And then the sword in that arm there. I'm going to change that horn to be more like that. We will have to get, well, something that looks kind of like the hair. Something like wings, I guess. More of our light, perhaps. Again, I can only do so much at a time here, then we've got to let it set for a while. So again, I don't want to get too much stuff in where these scales are going to be. You know what? I'm going to change this around again. I'll have that be further up here. Okay, I think maybe that's where it should be. And we'll get our little collection of eyeballs is in there. Let's do that over here. And then we'll just have to let that, our freehand on that cloak, that's just going to have to sit there for a while. And we got tons of other things we can work on. We got all these scrolls and stuff over here that we can mess around with. There's a freehand we were going to do in here. Actually, hold on a second. Let me get this to be more of a green. There. That's more like it. A bit more of that radiant green. And all of a sudden our scroll starts to look kind of aged, right? Nice to see you there, Blankwalker. Happy Sunday. Again, happy Sunday to everybody. Now, here's hoping that maybe on your Saturday you had a chance to paint some minis, play some games, or do both, because both is fantastic. Where's that? Maybe not that much blue in there. Ah, that's it. A little bit of the radiant violet and radiant green. That makes radiant gray. All hail the radiant gray. This, here again, this is another fine implement right there. Again, that's again, brushes with bristles are for amateurs, and bristles with handles are also for amateurs. This is only pro stuff right here. only the finest in equipment. There we are. Yeah, let's do that. Touch more of that on this scroll here. Start thinking about some of our little skelly friends as well. There's a whole bunch of them laying around here. Look at all these guys. More of them down here. So great to see you there, Plankwalker. I am hoping to be able to do a it's not like a tall ship space game. Maybe we have to do either a or a Flying Dutchman. That's it. Maybe a Flying Dutchman spacescape. That might just have to be it. That would have, well, for Armada Monday. There you go. A spacescape for Armada Monday. Gonna get more of this white here. And again, not tons of it on our little skelly friends here, but just, yeah, actually, let me get that off of there. That was a little bit of our ground cover that worked its way onto the skelly friend. So see you later there, Doji. Thanks for being here, of course. Appreciate that. And well, we'll see you on, well, hopefully our Armada Monday. Which, I guess for right now, it would be in, well, trying to finish off those orc ships. So I think they would be like maybe a cruiser and a couple of the Grot cruisers. I think that is what's also still left to be finished there. There are some of the really tiny ships, but I might just try and slam through those off stream. And lighten up those scrolls a little bit more there too. I guess I need to thin this down. There we go. Have that a little wider. Some of this lighter blue on the underside of that. Maybe we'll do a little bit of the little veins in the eye. Ooh, let me preemptively drop a thinner on our faster matter white over there. So see you later there, Doji. Start breaking down more of that white there. Again, we're not even 2 hours in. Not even 2 hours in. There's going to be lots of freehand. We got this here. We got the books to do. We're going to be kind of working on the rest of that. Now we're starting to feel out that design back there. Something more here. More light down there on that. And this quill, no, I guess we have to thin it down some more. Still breaking that down. There we go. Now we got it. Let's see what we can do for this. Well, all we can see is the handle part of this hammer there. That's all we can see on that. Hey there, Rottweiler. Nope. This is the one from last night. So that one is all done. This is a new one right here. We started on this one 1 hour 55 minutes ago. And check this out, Rottweiler. We're talking about that reference image there. So this was actually taking some of the info from our Copilot AI images, like these guys here, and we incorporated that with some Chat GPT images, like that fresco there. And it actually did work out. Now, this was the first try. It worked out great. All the other tries after that were garbage. It was absolutely hideous. So Rottweiler, Armored Wolf, and I, we both thought if we could get a whole lot more done if we just could have clones of ourselves. Now, of course, in my case, since usually each clone is dumber than the original, that you start to get diminishing returns once you get past, well, 0 clones. So that's why the cloning process for me was apparently rejected, because they anticipated too much degradation from the original through each clone as far as the mental capacity goes. So yeah, no cloning for me, unfortunately, which was a little bit unfortunate because again we were counting on that labor force there of the of all the clones to do quite a bit. Let me see. Let me get some more of this right here. Might may have a drink of my medicine here. We haven't actually had any of this yet. That's better. Well, hopefully, anyways. And this is actually the peanut butter medicine this time around, which I have to remember because I'm like, well, that tastes different. You know what? I need to get a little bit more of that lighter stuff there. So everybody, please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. And of course, Rottweiler, why don't you post some links in the chat there? So Rottweiler, while I was doing other stuff, actually I was doing that AI stuff and some exercising in that, Recoil and I, and probably Mum, had we were checking out the Western Bulldogs in a historic romp over the Essendon Bombers. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Rottweiler just shared. So Rottweiler, I don't know, do you think you'll finish off Morty in the next stream or two? Because I don't think you've been working on him all that long, right, Rottweiler? At least I don't think so. I think you've only done maybe 2-3 sessions with him. Now we need more reflected light there. No, that's going to be there. It's what I'm looking for. Is this one? So yeah, I guess the Armored Wolf, basically, or if you don't clone the entire thing, you just need to clone parts, like a new shoulder, right, Armored Wolf? Yeah, if you could just clone a new shoulder and just have that put in every, I don't know, 2 weeks or something like that, you'd be able to just think of what the output could be of all the dice bags if you could just replace that shoulder every few weeks. Geez, Rottweiler. I haven't thought about Stern Guard in a long, long, long time. Probably since they first came out. Holy smokes. I don't even know those were still a thing, mostly because, well, and again, I think was that a 5th edition thing or a 6th edition thing? I mean, the last time I really played 40k was 4th edition, so I know they weren't in 4th edition. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. And well, later today we're going to be posting the next episode of our Series 45, our Trench Crusade Army Painting Series. We've done a whole bunch of Trench Crusade stuff. We've done some Vehicles Workshop series. Yeah, Armored Wolf, just think of it, right? That sounds fantastic. Just, kind of swap out the new shoulder or something like that on the fly. So that saves on cloning cost because you're not actually cloning the whole thing. You're just cloning the shoulder. That's gotta reduce costs right there. You can maybe even have that lab just kind of set up in the garage and stuff. Yeah, geez, Rottweiler Stern Guard. Now that's just an ultra. That's just a Smurf Marine thing, right, Rottweiler? We'll see you in a bit there. I was. It seemed to be a wee bit early. Well, I'll be seeing you later today, though, for sure. Get on the Council of Miniature Painters there. So see you. Let's see in about 12, 15 hours, 10 minutes, something like that. Okay, I knew there was white something with them. I wasn't sure if it was white shoulder pads, white helmets, white shoes. I don't know. I knew there was something with those guys. Just couldn't remember what it was. This is somehow trying to get this brush stuck going in there. That's a little bit of our indigo, a little bit of the violet there. So it's a cool-ish gray color. Nice to see there, Incanes. Well, can't, unfortunately, no lobster, no crab, nothing like that for me. Well, you can do that. It's just you'll have a significant cleanup afterwards. So, the ribeye, yes. But yeah, again, if you want to not have to be cleaning off walls or something like that, you might want to avoid any of the lobster stuff. Yeah, more ribeye, better Rottweiler. Also, well, things with horns, right, Rottweiler? Yeah, things with horns, not with shells. Well, that's going to be quite the feast there. Now, actually, is the idea to kind of freeze some of that? Now, I don't know. Are you going to be... Because I think, well, let's see. You remember that Kathy actually did go to butcher school? She actually was a butcher? This was right around the time she was also in art school, and she still actually had her textbooks of all the all the different cuts and everything like that. It did actually make it very difficult to well, basically get any kind of meat anywhere, because she would just look at it and say that's no good, because well, obviously being a butcher, she had a little bit more knowledge of what goes into that than the average folks. And Ganes, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Ganes a follow. Boom, there we are. That's more like it. We need a little something something to separate these. That's a little bit of our Van Dyke Brown. There's also a little bit of the violet in there. Ah, that's fantastic, Rottweiler. So actually, when her family was successful up at the hunting grounds there, she was the one that had to do all the initial prep on that once they got it back to the. Now, she was out there, she would help them do the field dressing and all that, but once it got back, she was the one that did all the different cuts. This is a cuisine channel, after all, right, right, Rottweiler? Everybody, check out that link that Ingane's just posted there. And everybody, please give Ingane's a follow along with that. So, guys, I had just enough success with the image generation thing where now I've got myself a nice solid set of reference images to work from. Now I've got to start thinking about, okay, the size of said diorama and like that little display base thing. Working, yeah, a little bit more of that. More dark over here. Oh, Pearline Crimson, that's right. We can treat ourselves to just a wee bit of the Pearline Crimson. So everybody check out that Insta link there that Nganes just shared. And again, please give Nganes a follow. Just get me some of that very snazzy Pearline Crimson out there. Nope. Let me... Now we're talking. When in doubt, make things darker. Like this. Over here. And what are we, 2 hours in? A little over 2 hours in. That's all it's taken to go from nothing to this. We already have freehand in a bunch of different places. We gotta actually start thinking about some freehands over here. Yeah, Rottweiler, a little bit of acclimated to it for sure. So Rottweiler, I remember my sister, brother-in-law, my niece coming over here, and well, we were making, it was a barbecue, we were doing steaks, and I don't know if it was my niece or my sister or whatever, was looking at the wall, and well, it was a picture of Kathy's dad with, well, one of the deer that was brought back, and it was relatively on the newer side as far as the process. Yeah, the process hadn't gone too far, except much beyond the field dressing. And yeah, they were not expecting something like that. So that they had a little bit of a sudden appetite infringement there. I'm gonna get me a little something lighter here because again I want the little bit of something for that freehand to show. Okay, so there we go. Now here again I think is where we're going to try to where's my green? No, 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 no. Let's use this. Let's use the our wow, I just made our chromium green there. Now let's see a little bit more blue in that. So kind of that whole illuminated manuscript type thing. So we'll do that over there. And now we're going to try it. No, that has got too much thinner. We're going to back away from that just a bit. A little bit of eyeball right there. Where's our blue? We'll go right in there. Let's start doing some of the our writing here, some of our script, or as we like to call it, Greeking. Just working this out here. More of it here. Some arcanery there, some kind of some symbols. And now again with a little bit of demonry here, I think. Something like this. And then we'll let that have a chance to set while we work elsewhere. Let's go elsewhere and do some stuff here. Get some lighter things on. Yeah, this leg needs a whole bunch of lighter stuff. We'll just get to that now. Start breaking this down here. And let's do, again, some of our later stuff here. And as we've been asking folks, so let's see, well, now it's the 18th. So basically in about 24 hours or so, all of my original Twitch highlights, those are going to get wiped out by Twitch, just like everybody else's. So we have established this secondary YouTube channel here. So if you want to watch this and all the other mounted barristers, all of our spacescapes, all that kind of stuff, if you want to see those VODs, they are going to be here now. So you want to subscribe to that. Again, once I'm able to get into the channel there and really start to get all the descriptions and the thumbnails up to speed, at that point then we can kind of announce it more formally, and I'll be sharing on the Instagrams and stuff. It's like right now there's just no point in sharing all that because it's really not established. Now I think I can work on this again. So I think now, yeah, it's had a chance to set now. Little, whoops. Chain needs to become, oh no, that's right, okay. Look at that, we can erase it again. Can do that now. Maybe a little bit more of a highlight on those fingers there. Nah, that is way too much. Get rid of that too. And now we've got a little bit more of a blindfold, I think. No, 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 let's do... Nope, that has got not enough thinner. And first we had too much, then not enough. I think I might need to... here, let me get some of my... Speaking of the Perling Crimson, let's get some of that out here. Okay, we gotta make that face bigger. Change the way these horns are a little. Maybe a little bit of the shadow there. Oh, so where's my orangey yellow mix for on here too? Again, we kind of changed the color on that as well. Now back to something a little bit lighter. For our demon here. Try to do a little bit more on the face. We need that nose to stand out more, I think. A little bit difficult with the blindfold. There's we need the ears on that now. Hey there, Grand Oracle, how you doing? Happy Sunday, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that, of course. Great to see ya. So, Grand Oracle, yeah, we've got all kinds of crazy stuff going on here. Got lots of different things. So how you doing there, Grand Oracle? Appreciate that. What is it, 2 hours, 15 minutes? Yep, 2 hours, well, 19 minutes in. We did a couple of film noirs, Grand Oracle, and this was when we had almost no shading on our reds here. Wow, it made a big difference, Grand Oracle. Oh, and Grand Oracle, check this out. That was the mashup that we were talking about between the Copilot and the Chat GPT. So, but after that, it was it was a disaster. It did not go well. So sorry that it was a sideways Saturday there, Grand Oracle. Was it hopefully not a scouting related thing or printing related thing? Also, too, hoping that you are making progress. Now, hopefully, this wasn't hindering the progress on the big historical convention event. We don't want to see that. We want to see progress there too. Nope, there is some junk on that brush. Got to try and get rid of some of that. So yeah, sorry about that, Grand Oracle. I was hoping that you could have yourself a decent weekend there with a little less chaos. That's well, at least well, it was a time cost, but sorry that was a time cost for you, Grand Oracle. I know there's precious little of it. So here you can, hopefully you can kind of recover some of that back. I need to get somehow some lighter stuff on. No, maybe not quite that light. Maybe more like this. Yeah, Grand Oracle, there's definitely going to be plenty of a scramble in here, for sure. Sorry that you also have to do the scramble routine. Let me see if I can get a little bit more of the, well, again, de facto sort of skin tone there. Trying to lighten this up a little too. And again, maybe well, the wings would just have kind of an indication of them back here. Up there too. Let me see if I can. I know what we should do. We should probably cut back on the on that blindfold there. We'll make that a little bit a little bit more narrow here. Let's do that. I don't want to make it look like goggles. So we need to have some kind of ripples in that. Try that nose again. Needs to be more pointed. And kind of run it into the folds here a little bit. Nice to see there's surface tension. So surface tension, I don't know if you just, I think I sent you a picture. If I haven't, I'll send you some of the AI images, surface tension that were developed. And again, that was the first time I tried basically two different AI programs on the same topic, I guess, or the same image or whatever. And again, the first image, it went spectacular. And then once I just started trying to do everything else in the chat GPT, it all went downhill. Yeah, that did not succeed very well after the initial good image. Yeah, I got that initial good image. I'm thinking, wow, this is going to be great. This will be easy. Yeah, didn't quite work out that way. Ah, okay, that's good. I'm glad I remembered that surface tension. Of course, surface tension, if you want to share the Mastodon link in the chat, that'd be fabulous. So, Grand Oracle, hopefully you'll be able to get this stuff out of the way and some of the other chaos, and then you'll actually be able to, we'll also be posting images in the chat there. That'd be sensational. So yeah, surface tension, the fresco thing. Now, who knows? Maybe I put that parameter in there again. Say make it look a little bit more like a Renaissance painting as opposed to that. That's almost a little bit more medieval, right? Surface tension. So I might I'll type it in again and we'll see what happens again with more of a Renaissance type look, which kind of makes a little bit more sense with the barristers or the baristas here. Okay, there's looking at you. Same deal over here. Better refresh that some more. Everybody check out that link that surface tension just shared. Some of our red on that. Lighter red anyways. And then that also is going to go over here for the blood vessels on said eye. Right there. Do some of those over here. We did some initially, they didn't really stick. Yeah, there we go. Boy, that's it really does, right? Surface tension. Landrest, I thought actually there was that was a different spelling when you sent that. Yeah, when you sent that, I was like, "Oh, that's right." And then I saw it wasn't the same spelling. I went, "Oh, that's a bummer." That's going to get a little bit more of a red. Same here. So yeah, surface tension. All I wanted to do was just add one more guy into the scene. I said, expand the scene, right? Make it wider, so there's room for one more of the judges. Well, it basically created like one horse with three guys on it. Hey there, Mom. How you doing? Everybody, please give Rico's mom a hello in the chat. So, Mom, did you get a chance to see that game last night? That was pretty insane, right? If every game was just that easy, right, Mom? So yeah, Mom, that was it was great that Recoil could also check that out too. Wasn't sure if you had a chance to watch it there, Mom. Wow, surface tension, I didn't know you could do that. So you could actually just kind of say, like literally with some kind of a, with your mouse, say, look, on that side over there where those skulls are, where the pile of books is, that's where the other guy's going to go. Don't make a three-headed, five-legged horse. Well, we need a, of course, we would definitely want to do that on a maximum size canvas, right, Landrast? And let me get a little bit, there's some more of that dark right there. Well, thanks for the advice. There's actually surface tension. Maybe if you could just shoot me a little reminder. Just say, and what was that used in the paint on canvas function? And then I'll try to remember that. It's funny, surface tension, because now is it a right click or a left click? Because I've clicked on it, and essentially what I would do is I would click on the image and it'd say, okay, well now take this image that seems to be good and add this. And then I would just put another photo in the whatever in the prompt area. Well, thanks for watching that, Mom. It was pretty shocking, right? And wasn't quite like the last game, was it, Mom? Yeah, it was a little bit different. And of course, Mom, what do we see? But we see a massive boost in their percent. Actually, who has the highest percentage in the league, Mom? Yes, indeed, it's the doggies. They have now they actually surpassed Gold Coast Suns with the highest percentage in the league. So yeah, surface tension. Well, I'll certainly give that a try. So I'm trying to. You can see I've got my little eyeballs there on the freehand there. So thanks for watching that along with me there, Mom. Appreciate that. Actually, Mom, we have Rottweiler in the chat. And Rottweiler says hi. I'm gonna try and make these horns a little bigger. So let me see. So you can go in there, go into edit mode. And maybe, I guess, it's almost like you're doing an old-fashioned edit, right? Like you're just like, okay, get rid of this, and you're drawing an X there, and you're drawing a little circle, like keep this over here. Well, we'll certainly give that a try. I wonder, surface tension, if that might also lead to fewer, I can't do that, Dave, kind of messages there. Because you're giving it a little bit more direction. Come on, where's them chompers? There's the fangs. More of the ears there. So I'll left click the image. Yeah, I've only been doing right click. Okay, I'm like, why does this not come up? Because everything has always been a right click. All right. And of course, I've tried to play multiple videos on how to use ChatGPT, and of course, none of them have been usable. It's more about text prompts and everything. Yeah, Mom, I think I told Recoil last night. I said, well, it could be a rough game for the Roos, but there's been some surprises, Mom. There have been some surprises this week. I think last week also had some surprises. So yeah, that was it was very interesting to see the doggies up on top of the ladder there. Well, not well at just under the playoff spots at number 5. Thanks Denethor, appreciate that. So yeah, Denethor, there's been a little bit of it. We got some more here. Oh, we got to get down here and start doing some more stuff on this. More stuff on this right here. Maybe expand the horns out that way. Thank you so much, surface tension. Appreciate that. So surface tension, that's going to be that is going to be a massive help there, surface tension. So much appreciated. So yeah, Denethor, that again, having that little boost from the AI again, I had the vision in my head. Now it's one thing. I was just telling somebody on the phone today. I could have spent hours with a pencil and paper, and all I would have ended up with was basically a very rough sketch. Whereas here, okay, I maybe spent an hour and a half or something like that, but I ended up with, well, obviously this. Yeah, Mom, I was going to say, wait a minute, I know that Gold Coast, well, they managed to win. They played Hawthorne. They managed to beat the Hawks. Now, I'll certainly give it a try. Well, with this, so we'll try to, actually, ooh, I know, I should take pictures of these guys. That would be the ultimate thing is, can I take pictures of these and add it in there? And literally kind of sketch out the place on the thing and say, look, this is where he needs to go. And I guess you got to restrict its freedom a little bit of expression, right, surface tension? Oh, here we are. So everything did make more sense. Now, I actually did get to see the video highlights of the game. That crazy goal with English basically tapping the ball back between his legs. And was that was Riley West, right, Mom, that just took that guy and just threw him to the ground? Of course, I could only listen to the radio call, Mom. So they were all just laughing and making fun of that. And I had no idea what they were talking about. So it wasn't until like earlier today that I saw that highlight. I can't help but think now. Actually, I do believe that a stiff arm is legal in Aussie rules. Actually, Rottweiler, there was a one of those kind of Facebook vid type things. It was a oh gosh, I don't know if it was Ohio State or something like that, but it was a wicked. It was like a wicked stiff arm. I mean, it was like basically took the guy and tossed him like 5 yards out of his way. Yeah, it was really more like a launch than a stiff arm. But yeah, this thing in last night's game, he just kind of took the guy and as the way they announce, and of course the announcers in Aussie rules, they can kind of express themselves in ways that you can't do that here. So they can get a little bit more mischievous and spicy in their depictions of the game. Yeah, so that's another reason why we love our Aussie rules football. So again, we've got our little eyeballs is in there, working on that, and I think now we're finally starting to get this to a point where I'm starting to see what I was actually looking for out of this. No, 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 no. That should still be dark. Still be dark. Actually, I'm going to take some of my magenta. I'm going to mix it with my indigo. We now have indigo magenta. We'll do that. And we'll have that come in here now. Some of the hay. Okay, now it's all starting to make sense. Mom, it's been a long time because actually they earlier in the game they were talking about how the doggies have lost 7 of the 9 first quarters. So usually by 10 minutes into the game, Mom, it's Rico and I were messaging each other like, well, hopefully Luke is going to work his magic at quarter time and get this figured out and make those adjustments that the Bevo knows how to do so well. Okay, now that also helps too along that bottom edge there. So it's going to be a whole lot easier doing this on the diorama version. Now that we've done this again, I had to change this around a few times because, well, it's one thing to go from the flat image like we have in the lower right hand corner to this. It's not only does it have undulations, but it's getting squeezed at the top, so there's less room for doing stuff there. Surface tension. That's going to be. I'm I'm actually super excited about that surface tension. That's gonna be a game changer. I think. I think that changes everything. Oh, speaking of game changer, it is time. Let me. I wonder. Let me see something here. It would be funny if it is the way I think it is. Uh-huh. Okay, so I've been using the wrong brush this whole time. That also would explain a little bit. This entire time I've been, no wonder it's been more difficult. Yeah, using the right brush would help. So thanks again for that. That like is that was like a half a sentence, right? Surface tension, and that is going to provide hours of enjoyment, I think. So yeah, thanks for that. Come on. I got rid of one giant chunk on the brush and another one latched on there. I think I just need to go darker here. Let me try some of this. Ah, yeah. There. Oh wow, yeah, big difference there. Have these fingers not be straight. Also, yeah, a little more shadow on that arm there. Oh, that's right. We wanted a sword there, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to have that. Yeah, we're not doing the sword. When in doubt, simplify. Let us. Oh, this is the other thing I can do. Where's my fabulous Perling Crimson? Ah, that is what we need here. Yes, indeed. Glorious Crimson. All Series 6 of it. Blammo. When in doubt, make things darker. Sometimes a whole bunch darker. Yes. Now on the fresco I can do something different. But here on this image we needed to stick with something simpler. Yeah, that is what we needed to do. Now we're getting there. Okay. Bingo. Okay, now that we got this correct brush, how's about we snaggle ourselves some of this here not fast matte or faster matter white and proceed with some of our much juicier highlights now that we have the right brush. Holy smokes. That's why that was being so persnickety. It's like, this wasn't so difficult like, I don't know, 18 hours ago. Doing this same thing. Well, that would explain it. Oh well. More stuff up here. It's going to be a very challenging game next week, though, Mom. It should be, as they might say, a Donnybrook or a barn burner or whatever, because it's dogs and cats, Mom. It'll be raining dogs and cats. I'm still convinced, though, that the dogs, they really do play very well. Well, what's it called now? Marvel Stadium? They really like that place, and they seem to historically have liked that place. Let's put it this way, one of the very first games I can remember watching of theirs was at, well, at that time it was called Etihad Stadium. So yeah, I'll looking forward to seeing that surface tension, and then we'll try to work with your knowledge tidbits there and see what can be done as I add some more. Nah, that's a little too much light to his mouth and nostrils there. We'll cut back on some of that. So again, these tassel things, they actually go all the way out here. Unfortunately, most of them, at least half of them, were misprints, never printed. And then I broke off at least 3 of them. As I was trying to do other stuff, I didn't realize, I thought those were all kind of attached, right, to like this stuff here. Oh no, they were not attached to anything. They were free floating. So yeah, those kind of broke off. Now here, let's get, oh yeah, look at that. That's getting shinier. Cause yeah, Mom, we were streaming here when the cats were really laying the wood on there, big time in their game. I think the last time I've seen a game outside of maybe a playoff game, so regular season between those two, that was going to be this spicy was back in probably 2008. All right. What is it happening up here? Do I need to... Well, let me try this lighter stuff first. If it does not do what I think it should do... No, okay, I was going to throw a little more mid-tone type stuff on there, but we need some more of our dark up on that surface too. Again, we're only not even 3 hours in. Not even 3 hours in yet. Then we have to start working out what's going on with this freehand here. You know what? Let me go back to my dark to sort of have the wings come up like that. And maybe grab a little bit of this down here. That's more like, and then we'll come back again with our dark again, but let me just, there we go, okay. So then, now that's much more of a demonic shape. Right? Sometimes you have to be willing to say, we need to adjust something here. Let me, wow, that really did, that went nice and matte really quick over here on this red. I'm going to try it again though with, there we are. Boom, there we go. Now, and again, Denethor, and I think you had a chance to share your stuff in the chat. That was a little while ago. If you want to share some stuff again in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, everybody, please give Denethor a follow. I wonder... Maybe extend the wings down a little bit further. Okay. Got, again, that is that Mars, one of the, it's not one of the Mars cores. That is our recycled, reclaimed Earth core there from Gamlen. It effectively kind of is like a Mars type core. Oh, geez. Yeah, no light over there. Let's do that. Actually, Mom, after the stream, I'll have to send Recoil a picture of some of the stuff that I was able to secure at the store. We'll be using that for some chows tomorrow. I wasn't sure what kind of yummy stuff that Recoil has got on tap for tonight. It's not that far away. It's probably only a few hours away. Oh, and Grand Oracle, I don't know if you were in the stream and you heard that I've got actually right now, well, it's probably done now because the nice thing about those BFG ships, they don't take very long to print, Grand Oracle. I mean, even making them up to 145%, they still. Oh, I'm gonna make this black. Here, let me change this over here. Yeah, they were. I think 2 hours, 2 hours and 25 minutes was like the longest of the two. Okay, there we go. Yeah, see, it also separates from the cloak a little bit there better than when it was the just the gold. All right. I get making these adjust. I mean, think of how many times we adjusted the freehand up here. It's undergone many adjustments. But now I think this will be really so much easier to do. The when we do the next version of this. Let me try to work that in there. I just oh, telestrator. That's the term I keep thinking of. Surface tension is it's almost like well, I'm Luke Beveridge. I'm the coach there, and I got the whiteboard out there, and I'm drawing up a play or something like that. I'm like, okay, this design element, this goes over here, this goes over here. I wonder, can I try to get the see the yeah, let me try and get this bottom part of the ear. So I'm going to take this stuff. That was our original sort of skin tone that we used here. I don't want to make it too much look like an elf or a hobbit there. But of course, we do know that the hobbits are some of the most fearsome demons in all of Middle-earth. Okay, that worked out. That actually worked out well. A little something lighter there. You know what? I'm going to try to get the other collarbone here. So a little bit lighter on the neck there. And a little indication there. We also got, remember, we have the undulation of the cloak itself. Now, one of the ways you say, oh my gosh, how in the world am I going to get shading on a cloak like this without the freehand? Sometimes a little bit of a cheat code there is just take some weathering powders. And actually just tap some weathering powders down in the crevices, and if it's subtle enough, you actually end up with more of a shading process than you do it just wiping it out. Boy, surface tension, that happens a lot. Where it just says like, oh, I'm ending this conversation now, and I'm not letting you go back and fool around with anything. Yes, that's there's many times I've had to start like new chats all the time, surface tension. I got like 100 chats now already because of that. So that's another positive development there, surface tension. I wonder, should I darken this? Should I lighten it? Well, first, let's do this. We need to essentially create some knuckles here. Okay, now we got it. Much better. There we go. And I'm very glad that this freehand again. Now, of course, there's some shiny going on here because we just added the Perline Crimson and such. When that shiny goes away, this really should read very well. At least I'm thinking it will. Actually, I'm going to take this into a little bit of some blending stuff. Actually, kind of We're playing a little bit of edge contrast right here. A little bit of edge contrast. Softer edges, harder edges, many, many forms of contrast. I wonder if no, I can't really move the chin down. I will just have to. I mean, again, it really is supposed to be a painting on a. Well, no, it says probably sewn on a cloak or something like that. So how, hyper realistic is it going to be? Come on, there we are. So, geez, yeah, who knows? Maybe for the Council of Miniature Painters, the reference picture might look very different by then. The ones that I'm showing on that stream tomorrow. Trying to get me a little bit of some of the lighter skin tone on that side over there. Oh, actually, Landress, did you get to paint some more on that one figure that you sent me the picture of yesterday? Sorry, again, today was so wild and crazy, I forgot to ask you about that. You know what? Kind of liking that extra bit of light on the face there. So yeah, that's definitely starting to play out. All of the black that we put in there initially, that is actually starting to form that kind of that greenish tone that we want in some of our shadow areas. Now, sorry that didn't quite go according to plan, but like I say, sometimes you come back to it and you go, you know what? Okay, I'll just do this. That should clean up this or that or whatever. So sorry that one didn't quite work out. Well, surface tension, if you hear news of a giant mushroom cloud in North America, you know that it didn't work. But if all is wonderful and gray there in Welshlandia, then you know that it was a great success. But yeah, if you experience a sudden a rising of something to the east there, surface tension, or to the west, yeah, you'll know that the sun doesn't rise in the west, right? Well, it will if that doesn't work. I wonder, these are teensy tiny little eyes here, but I still kind of get a little, okay, lighter blue. Oh my goodness, this is going to be interesting right here. Okay, that might not be too, little more of the blue, the lighter blue. Whoop, nope, that is too light. I'm gonna just go Prussian blue. Let's break out the Prussians here. So we've done that. Maybe a little bit lighter. Yeah, out into the dust storm, right? Surface tension. Actually, surface tension, I was treated to some videos of that, and that thing was way more significant in other parts of the city than it was here. And especially the suburbs, holy smokes. Basically, day turned into night. It was almost like Welshlandia. Yeah, it was a taste of Welshlandia here. See you later there, surface tension. Again, much appreciated. It helps. Obviously, it's helpful for me, but it really helps all the videos and stuff. So you're helping a whole bunch of folks with those key little bits of info there. So that is super appreciated. Because again, anytime I make any sort of discoveries or learn something, it immediately goes to video. It's like, okay, people need to know about this. Now, what we also need to know about this is, okay, let me get this brush. I know where we'll put it. We'll put it over here. And we're going to get this brush. We're going to get some of this green going here. That's our chromium oxide green. Because none of that is over here. And we are missing some of that over here. So we're going to take that. We are breaking it down. It's not exactly a pin line wash. It's a little bit of a glazy type thing here. We need to get our radiant green reflected light down on the bottom here. We have the green color down there, but not the radiant green lighter stuff. So we got to do that. On the horsey's helmet, some more of it up here. Oh, gee whiz, we got nothing going on in there. Also, way back there, should be in shadow. So thanks for attention and have a sensational day, of course. I think I did get the, yeah, we got the orange in there. Also some of our darks. Ooh, this is the area where, for whatever reasons, get as much of my green glaze in there as I wanted. This area here, let's, where's it? Oh, here he is. So we need to do some of this refinement here on the scales. Is that too much of the? Nope, that's just about right with the Mars Yellow Deep. We've got some heftier light happening now. Was that too thick or was it too thin? Again, thin sticks too thick and vice versa. I don't know. I'm gonna go thinner. I am gonna go thinner and let's see what happens. Sure enough, that's what it needed. Just needed to be, wow, yeah, it needed to be thinner. So Armored Wolf, how long was that class today? I wasn't sure if it was that sort of standard 2-hour-ish type thing, or if it was more like a 4-hour-ish class that you did. Bingo. So there, yeah. Oh, this we're gonna get some rust on that too, but right now I need to get that a little lighter here. I'm glad I didn't go with the white oil. I was really considering just to make it different, right? Since this is essentially your unit leader, unit champion, whatever you want to call him. There was great temptation to go later. Also, it's right in between 3 hours. Because I mean, sometimes you want to have enough time to do the demo part and enough time to have them with the brush in hand part, right? Because that's, if it's just them watching you or a lot of just discussion stuff, I mean, that hands-on portion is just so incredibly valuable. Come on. There we go. Now, what would be interesting... Oh, you know what? Maybe this guy? Maybe printing him out at 72 mil. I mean, I had to do the supports on him anyway myself. I'm starting to think that maybe I might print him out a whole lot bigger. And actually, some of this stuff here that doesn't really want to print out at the smaller scale, that might actually work better at the big scale. I guess armored, well, I just, all of a sudden that reminded me about Ursa. And I was like, oh, maybe let's not talk about Ursa. Let's just, let's not bring up that too. It's like, yeah, yet another thing to do. Oh, it would help if I had the right one. Once again, not quite using the brush that I had set aside, which is this one. Let's go grab that. There we go. That is the brush that I'm looking for. Let's get some of that down there. Modular, thank you so much. Modular, that's not how we would want this to be, right? Dropping it on the floor. We don't want it to be modular, but thank you so much. That's 4 months worth of subs. Oh, appreciate that, modular. And many, many thanks. Yeah, Armored Wolf, good grief. I think it'd almost be better off with the Liquitex spray paint. Actually, Armored Wolf, speaking of which, actually, Armored Wolf, you know those spray cans? So instead of, again, it's not spray paint, it's basically acrylic paint. You saw what I did with those to get at least some quick color on the... I wonder if that might do it. And actually, Armored Wolf, on the display plinth for those Dark Angels guys, I did actually, because I had to, like, literally in a matter of minutes have that thing ready to photograph. I did actually take the Green Stuff World dipping inks. I actually just poured them out of the container and actually added some water to them. And they actually did a pretty good job. So I'm starting to wonder if that might be an option there of, hitting it with the spray cans and then doing those dipping inks. Come on, a little bit lighter there. Also here. So over the next few hours here, it's going to be a lot of this sort of stuff, this kind of refinement here in all of these places. And again, once we see that not be quite so shiny, that means we can go back in there. But for right now, we will leave that area again to set, dry, whatever I just want to call it that. And now that I know what I want to do with these things here, I'm going to get the eyeballs on them now. So yeah, Armored Wolf, I was just disappointed because how it wasn't really going through the airbrush too well, although I have to say that adding the, what was that stuff from Lethal Shadows? That actually did work. That flow improver or whatever the heck it was. And And I've actually been using that stuff on Amazon, that airbrush cleaner, since I never did get the airbrush cleaner. It got left, I guess, at Adepticon. Somehow I didn't take that with me. The giant container of airbrush cleaner. Okay, let me get a little bit of this. Where's my Mars Yellow Deep? That needs to go there a little bit. And then we're going to do the same little scrolly thing like we got there. That's going to go down here. Yeah, better thin that down. And it's not a pin line wash thin down. It's just a consistency. We're trying to vary the consistency. Thin over thick and vice versa. Okay, so yeah, now we've got some, again, the stuff that's going on up there is now going on down here. So we've got ourselves that. We've got, I'm going to try to maybe add, I don't know, let me see if I got some little yellow glowy eyes or something here. There we go. A couple of crazy little yellow glowy eyes on that. For add whatevers. Whatevs. Orange here. You know what? I'm gonna this is our another one of our Alkyd oranges. Actually, the Winsor Newton Alkyd Cadmium Orange Hue. Armored, yeah, armored. Well, that's why so many other things we've had to give up because of that kind of stuff. But now, again, they're not super expensive. Again, those are the ones I got from Dick Blick, the spray cans. And you can actually do some rudimentary masking. I just kind of, obviously it got too cold to be spraying stuff out in the garage. It's pretty much warm enough to be doing that again. Let me work in some of this here. Also some here. Now a little bit of our dark. Let me try this our brown here. Is that dark enough? Yeah. Might get a little bit more of my, maybe some violet mixed in with that. Some there. And I actually have a bunch more colors Armored Wolf that I got, and I never got a chance to use them because, well, once it got to be a certain temperature, that kind of closed out what I was doing out there. Let me work on this here. More, there we go. What about up here? See, that got a little wonky. Let me get more of this orange. Now, it's actually got a little bit of opacity to it, so it's sort of like, in some ways, it's acting a bit like our chromium green did. Yep, again, see that orange, we got the green up there, so it's kind of bouncing back and forth between the two. Well, I guess we're getting closer to 9,400. We would need 4 more. Yeah, 4 more follows to get to 9,400. We appreciate all the little hobbitses. Gandalf loves his little hobbitses, of course. Same orange. Oh, look at that. See, look at that. You can really see it there. See the orange next to that green. I wonder, can I? Let me look at my reds there. Maybe more of the pearly. No, let's keep going with what we're doing here with our orange first. And that is why the reds here, I'm trying to, believe it or not, it's actually pushing it more towards the magenta. How are we doing on this? Okay, that is getting less shiny there. Less shiny, so do some of that up here. We are now, what, 3 hours, 20 minutes, and 45 seconds into this. When it comes to, we talk about the painting contests all the time, right? You say, well, I want to have all the freehand, the source sliding, all the fancy stuff. All well and good. Obviously, that does make a difference when it comes to maybe your success in a painting contest situation. But well, if you could get to that stage much more quickly, where it becomes more refinement. Let's put it this way: would you rather spend 80% of your time refining the miniature, or 80% of your time just desperately trying to get some painting on it, and then only have 20% or whatever time for refinement? I think you want to be able to have that refinement, and if we can, like we did in the early stages here, right? And of course, things must be messy before they can be neat. Again, we're working on the whole thing at once. We did not just pick one area. We are constantly moving from one area to the next. We don't linger in one spot. Now, again, I kind of have the advantage that in all of my painting classes, if you were caught literally just like hanging around in one spot of the painting, that was going to get you a talking to. You had to be constantly moving around on that image. And just like here, constantly moving around on this figure. Ideally, I would have multiple figures going, but since we're still figuring out what we're trying to do here necessarily, like all the freehand stuff, different story. I do look forward to the painting series, which now that I'm thinking about it, I think it could be longer than 6 episodes. It could be something insane like an 8-episode arc. Don't be surprised. Because just the diorama part alone is going to be potentially 2, maybe 3 episodes. And then I do believe each of the, I think we're going to need probably, well, much like an army painting series, at least 4 or 5 extra episodes just on the miniatures themselves. You know, I'm going to get me a little bit more of the green on that. Let me work a little magic on that to smooth out some stuff, and then we'll take this much later blue, create a little bit of a highlight there, maybe even some reflected light. This definitely needs some kind of light there. I'm just gonna have to go thinner. There we go. See, I thinned it down, and we have the adhesion that we needed. making our... Nah, there's a bunch of chunks on that brush. Let me get rid of those. So I'm going to stick with the black on that. Yeah, we'll stick with the black there. Now, I might try to make this stuff lighter. Here, let me grab some of that faster matter weight, as we like to call it. We'll break that down. And let's go super light here on his wig. Also, the quill on his shoulder. Other parts of the arm and the shoulder. Also, this dealie up here. Sharpen up that edge too. Come on. Well, I guess I want to come back with our darker red. I think that'll make more, it'll read better if we do that. Yeah, I think we'll do that instead. More of our lighter stuff on the hair. Here again. More light up there on the top of that wig. Okay, let's rotate this around. Got these things, and then on the face itself, I still haven't been able to figure. I think it is more of a mask as opposed to just actual skin. They all seem to have kind of a, well, I just have been making essentially golden masks on them. Yeah, we'll lighten up the hair. Well, the wig. Sorry, not the hair, the wig. I mean, I suppose the game is called Judgment. That's the Creature Caster game, so it, I guess it does make sense that there's mounted barristers in it. Well, barristers of some kind, or judges. So I still have one more of these guys left. He's just a regular bloke, as they might say. He's not a special one. Get that little bit on the chin there. Knuckles. That quill. Come on. Trying to, there we go. Now we got that little highlight on the eye a little bit later. Little scrolly things here. Maybe some more lights on some of those. On our little eyeball in our book there. Now the front of the face here. Let me take a little look at how we did it on this one. This is again our one from last night. So there's the front of it. So, okay, so more of our, I guess we can do some more of our light here. You can see, look at I got my finger resting on this. So it's my hand is resting right here. My hand, this hand is on the desk. My elbows are on one of those padded keyboard things, right? So that's rock solid. So none of this is floating. That's why you see that brush moving anywhere? Look at that. See, my hand is literally resting on my thumb, and this knuckle back here is resting on the table. So there is nothing free floating here. Good grief, Armor. I have no idea how in the world. Well, I would need another person here, I think, to film something like that. But I was just thinking, like, is there a way to do a. What would you even call it? Painting posture? Desk posture? I don't know what it is. But some kind of thing that talks about how. Yeah, I can't take pictures of my hands. So I don't think that's going to work. Unless I can somehow just have the video going and just be moving my hands around and not doing much anything else. Did I do the? No, I didn't do the lighter green on the underside there. Okay, let's do that. Move this up. So again, my elbows, both of my hands are anchored here. So I could hold this. I could sit here for 20 minutes like that. Wouldn't bother me a none. Not one bit. I've seen other people, their hands are just kind of bouncing around. Obviously, some people, they have some shakies just naturally with their hand, but I'm just talking about for regular folks that don't have any kind of special medical thing. I've seen their hands shaking and bouncing around all over the place. Also, another recommendation is, especially if you're going to be painting for hours, once you are done doing that, it's if anything, at least get up, walk around. If not, I have do another little kind of special exercise type thing after the stream here, because usually it's between 4.5 to 6 hours of not moving, as in just basically remaining in place, unmoving for hours at a time. That's not quite how the body was designed from an evolutionary standpoint anyways. So what you are going to want to do maybe is I got something as simple as those rubber bands, the Pilates bar, and I just utilize that little mechanism right there, and it actually works very well. I can just do that in the kitchen, literally while I've got food in the microwave. I'm just sitting there doing some stretches and other things, just trying to again get the body a little bit uncorked after being sitting in one place for hours at a time. Touch more light on that part of the reins. Oh, wait. Let me switch it over to this side. Some light on the reins there. A little something in here. Maybe our lighter green, I guess. See what happens with that in here. Either gotta go lighter or thinner, or both. Well, the lighter worked. Guess that's what we needed, was to go lighter. So 3 hours 34 minutes ago. I can show you what this looked like right here. Because we got one last primed guy. They were primed exactly the same. That is what he looked like. There was again no free hands. I mean, we got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. At least right now, 5 places that I know of that have freehand. That ain't nothing. When that has all happened, we gotta get some rust on these things too. That's all happened in less than 4 hours. Actually, only about 3.5 hours. So you figure if we are at this stage already, after a little, not even 4 hours, if you wanted to spend, okay, let's say you spend another 10 hours working on this thing. Well, guess what? You're gonna have yourself a whole bunch of detail, aren't you? Because you weren't spending your whole time just base coating something. There ain't no base coating here. Hashtag no base coats. Like there, we just threw that lighter thing on there. We take our blending brush, take some of that away. Hashtag no layers. Don't need no layers. I might throw a little bit of light in there also. Let me see if we can't use our fabulous liner brush to put something that is lighter back in here. Doesn't have to be much, but we need a little something. It can't just be all completely dark back there. Fine, a little bit of light there. Definitely glad that I went with the black here and the black for the horses. I had really considered the white, at least just for this particular character here. And then I realized, nope, let's when I saw that AI image, I said, you know what, I kind of like the black horses. We'll show you that here. I said, nope, we're sticking with the black horses because they really are nifty. And again, hopefully maybe on the Council of Miniature Painters, tomorrow I will have had enough time to try those adjustments in the approach to the AI that Surface Tension was talking about. Did I ever... Okay, that was too much. We're just going to wipe some of that away here. Back to more of the straight up white. Well, almost straight up. It's like 95% to that. Ooh, that's a little too much thinner there. Yeah, enough thinner to make it flow. Not so much that it becomes a pinline wash. We gotta get an edge on this blade. We're also gonna have to come back the other way with a dark too. And on multiple spots with this thing here. But we're also a little bit shy on some reflected light. This is being held at a little bit different angle than the other ones, which are almost kind of perpendicular to the ground. This is a bit more of a vertical, so we need to get that here. Oh no, we have a bunch of our magenta in there, so we're gonna get a little bit of our Van Dyke brown in there. So yeah, that does sharpen that edge a little. It's another one here. They got a little bit entangled. That's better. And now here's it's awful thick right there. That white line. It's way easier to kind of come back with the dark. So it just kind of like trims some of that away. Maybe working a little more of our darks into this, and we might have to come back. I think with some, yeah, we're gonna come back with some more lights over there. We were doing that orange stuff, and that did take away a little bit of our latest lights there. So we'll bring some back. Back to that white up here. Come on. There we go. Not looking to do every last bit of it. We're trying to do this kind of chain of lights that comes down. What is happening on this stuff too? Yeah, some more here. How is this looking? Okay, so that is definitely not really super shiny there, so we will be able to, I think, go back into that and maybe add some more of our latest lights there. Doing the same here on this part of his lance hammer. That's what we're calling these, lance hammers. Special weapon. Okay, now back to our Perline Crimson up on the top of that. Also, there's our reflected light on that side of the claw part of the hammer there. Touch more light down on the bottom of this here. There we go. So yeah, I'll make adjustments. This was the first. And so see, I did the skull there, but again, the motif has kind of changed, and we've kind of settled on some, again, the design kind of thing that I like. I do see we ran into the same problem with the ears on the other horse. Kind of forgot that they are not part of the armor. Those are ears; they're part of the horse. Let's I was just about to put these highlights on them because I'm like, oh, those are missing some armor highlights. No, what they're missing is the ear color. So yeah, that's we'll change these up here. And now this makes a bunch more sense. Okay, we'll still get some light on those, but yeah, okay. That's, there we go. Just didn't quite see that at first. Extra dark there, also under here. That is a little bit heavy right there. Let me see if I can. On the eyeballs there, believe it or not, I actually have to try and do somehow the pupils on all of these teensy little. Actually, I'm going just to deposit a little bit of the paint off to the side. Darken that down. Try and reinforce some of that shape. A little bit of dark on the fingers there. Okay. Oh, rust. Let me just grab you, and we got our Terra Rosa. Where's the there's the Asphaltum. Gonna mix those guys together. Make some fabulous rust here. Now that is more of a pin line wash type of a situation there. Now for our lightest rust. On there and a little bit there, and that then that's it. That is it. to our green here again. Boy, this is all shadow area, right? And we've been emphasizing the shadow areas for this, so green in the shadows. Cloak, shadows. Exactly. How would all this stuff catch a whole bunch of really bright light? It really wouldn't. I'm going to take some of this and our red over here. What is that? The Windsor red, not the. It's not the Naphthol Scarlet. It's the Windsor red. Tiny touch of orange there. Okay, that is just a touch lighter. I didn't want too much. Making that lighter too. Keep working that in here. More of that light this way. I might want to get some of my lighter gold things in the top of those. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I'm going to try and get some of that here on the banner things. Oh, by the way, all these basing bits, I think these are pretty much, almost all of those are from Make It Epic Basing. I think some of them might be Zabavka and or Goon Master. Use you as a bit of a blending brush right there. Now up here, I've been trying to get the kind of the upper part of these wings with essentially like the claws on them, right? The side of the head here. Okay, I want that that blindfold there, but no, I think we also have to get some kind of lighter stuff on the hair. We'll take the essentially our radiant blue here. We'll take that. We will take the indigo. We will mix those together. What do we got here? A nice kind of a grayish. Now the head that is all like down inside a crevice there, so it's really hard to show any kind of light and dark there. I was hoping maybe. Nope, too much paint on there. Let me get rid of some of that. Okay, that's it. I need at least some kind of light on this hair. Nope. Brushes, that's right. Switch it back to the brush that I should be using, which would be this one. Yep. That'll be a whole lot easier if I was using the right brush. Maybe a little touch of that on the upper parts of the cloak there, where it is, well, it seems like it's just black or whatever. We need a few little highlights up there. It can't just be all black. That's not going to work out. So I'm trying to work out the horns here. They really are in a difficult spot where there's literally a pair of folds where the horns really, and that's what shows them to be horns. And say, well, now we're getting closer to the 4-hour mark. And now we're starting to refine our freehand. Remember, in the early on, it was just kind of like a, well, let's see what we can do with this here. Because I was trying to mesh the that's that design on the lower right hand side there, and I basically decided not to do the sword, but maybe I will try to. So if it's down here, let me try that here. Where is it gonna? And it has to go at least up to there. And then we'll try to maybe... Now we gotta go back to some of the skin tone here. Something... No, that's too much thinner, I guess. In any case, I'm gonna go a bit lighter with the... Gotta get some kind of blue on that. I guess, let me use my, it's kind of a de facto blending brush slash eraser here. Ah, look at that, okay. That actually did bring that back into line where it needed to be. Come on. A bit more of a light there. Now we need actually the dark on the other side of that sword. Okay, that was a little more than we initially wanted. That's fine. Let me come back with... No, this stuff here. That's it. Almost sort of a de facto kind of light there. Oh, no. More yellow on that. So trying to get the fingers here a little lighter. Okay. A bit more on the hand, and now we need also some kind of a sword hilt. I'll start with the Mars Yellow Deep because, well, it's just so opaque. You don't need to be there. And now we'll get some more of our yellow on this. Let's break that down some more here again with our white. Okay, so now we got ourselves starting to get a little bit of a sword hilt on that. Come on, breaking that down some more. Okay, so now I feel like we got some kind of a sword thing going on. What about this stuff here? This crazy sculpted filigree here. Now, I really just my natural preference is no sculpted freehand on figures. I understand why it's done for pretty obvious reasons. For some folks, that way they don't really have to feel like they're painting freehand, even though they kind of sort of are. But they didn't have to worry about trying to maybe draw the pattern on a piece of paper, whatever, and then try to transfer it on the figure. I have a whole bunch of videos on doing that, whether it's on vehicles or figures or cloaks or walls, whatever. Got it all. More of our light happening here. Yep. And you can see how the red light, it kind of stops once it gets down in there. Now there are some of the little gold do thingies here, so let's get those, but not super light though. Wait a minute. Let me back off. Try a little bit of this here. Okay, now that makes more sense. I need to do the same deal over here. It's almost like just a de facto dry brushy type thing there. Also, too, who knows? Maybe we bring in some object source lighting for the diorama as well. And that, again, talking about that Patreon page, it's going to be a very, very massive series. Going to be starting that now because it's going to take quite some time to film that series. And again, that is going to be all of our contest entries for Resin Beast, for Adepticon next year. It's all going to be either filmed or live streamed. Same deal for a bunch of Gen Con stuff, yeah. Road to Gen Con video series will be starting up pretty soon. We got going on here again, some of our dark all the way up on the top of this. Nice. Hey there, Spoon, how you doing? Everybody please give Spoon Handle a follow. So Spoon Handle, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat there? So great to see you there, Spoon Handle. Appreciate you being here. Let me darken you up just a smidge more there. And then that is going to get lighter too. That's what's missing there. So Spoon Handle, we've had a lot of fun with this one, doing the AI image generation on it to come up with some more ideas. And again, all of the this freehand stuff here, that's all come about again from doing some tests, looking to see what sort of freehand designs, and of course doing that the diorama. Oh, it doesn't have to be anything new there, Spoon Handle. Because if it's new for, obviously there's new folks here that just followed tonight, so maybe it'll be brand new to them. So if you want to post that, that's fine. Could be brand new to some folks here. Now we'll get to this much lighter yellow stuff. Oh, maybe some more thinner too. And we are using the high quality odorless thinner. It's actually from uh, Mona Lisa's. The sub brand Speedball is the primary brand, and again, most of the time I'm just using a water bottle cap. That's it. So yeah, spoon handle. This was the first time I combined the Chat GPT and the was that the Copilot AI images together. It really created a nifty. Again, that's gonna be kind of a diorama here for all of our mounted barristers. Here's our one from last night, and this is the one from a couple of weeks ago, right there. So we only got one more left after this one, and then we got to redo them all again in diorama form because, of course, let me try to get this bit of light here on his, well, the nose portion of the helmet, I guess, if you want to call that, for the horsey. We will do some more light over here. Wait, wait. And then remember the ears where we got that darker indigo on there. Now we're going to have to get some lighter gray on those. But as always, I put that on there. I had to wait for that to set before I could just start hammering away at it with more paint. And yeah, like we've been talking about, now it's we're actually at the 4-hour mark. Just think, if we wanted to spend another, even just another 2 hours here doing refining or something like that, the difference that would make, as opposed to, 2 hours from now, we're still doing essentially base coats. And I've seen it. I've seen people with that kind of process almost. And again, I understand everybody's got their process, and that's all good. However, if finishing things is what you want to do, and it's not an oil painting thing necessarily. I was same approach with the acrylics. I would work on the whole miniature all at once. There would be no like painting one little tiny part and then nothing else. One part might be more developed than another part. I mean, just like, some of these other freehand parts, they develop more quickly than this because, first of all, we were exploring what we wanted to do there, and some of these were just easier, right? So everybody check out that Discord link that Spoon Handle just shared. On the first Battletech Mini ever painted. Well, that's fabulous, Spoon Handle. So Spoon, actually, I'm gonna, after the stream, I gotta make a whole bunch of scenes for the Council of Miniature Painters tomorrow, so that we can kind of show, well, how. I think it's all about like inspiration. What inspires you? I guess, how do you find inspiration to paint a miniature or something? And I just thought, again, for folks maybe that haven't spent their entire lives doing 2D art or whatever, it can be a little bit difficult to try and find, well, settle on a color scheme or whatever. And if using the AI stuff, again, just to come up with some ideas, or, as we like to say, step outside your creative bias, because the way it showed, and you can see in the lower right hand corner down there, the way it did the Demon Lady Justice as Demon Fresco, that was not how I really visualized it. I saw that and I said, oh, okay, maybe I need to think about that possible way of doing it too. So again, it's just kind of a little bit of a nudge that says, have you ever thought of maybe this? Just think of it, you got 5 different people, they all are told to draw an image, well, of a horse. it's highly probable that all 5 people are going to draw very different horses. One might be an Appaloosa, one might be a Dapple Gray, so on and so forth. So yeah, Spoon, the idea is that, and you can see in the image down there, because of the barristers and stuff, the whole idea is Lady Justice, but as a demon, and then obviously has the blindfold. So in the scales of justice, well, there's piles of eyeballs there. Because, well, it's Creature Caster, right? Eyeballs and teeth. That they're literally like eyeball and teeth golems, all of those Creature Caster miniatures. So we'll put it in the freehand too. And again, we're going to be making an entire diorama scene out of this, looking like that one image that I keep showing. And again, that was the whole purpose of this AI stuff, was to find, well, first of all, a color scheme for these barristers, and then as I was doing that, and it did all that background stuff, because all I wanted was the basing, like, the skull piles and everything and the books. I was just about to, see, okay, does this basing scheme work the way I thought? And I said, holy smokes, I never thought of doing all that. I like that landscape thing. Maybe it should be a diorama. So again, that whole reason we're even doing this is because that the AI just said, what about this idea? So again, why not take advantage of that? So see you later there, Inganes. Inganes, if you want to share your stuff one more time before you head off to breakfast there, please go ahead. Now, Spoon, were you going to be streaming at all? Well, later this morning, since it's morning. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Inganes just shared, and please give Inganes a follow. Also, please give Spoon Handle a follow. Let me refine this, what we did here on the... So say we all. Yeah, a little bit more on the wings there. Hey, thanks, Rottweiler. Geez, Rottweiler, I wasn't sure if you were still hanging out. Are you in Recoil, maybe playing a game or something? Loopy gets a sub from Rottweiler. Thank you so much, Rottweiler. We just conjured a Recoil. Recoil, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Rottweiler 1616, Recoil 13, and also Spoon Handle a follow. Well, we got all these eyeballs, right, Rottweiler? We can't be doing all these eyeballs and not have a hypno train. Yeah, we got to have a hypno train here. Here we go. Thank you so much, Recoil. It's an iron horse. All aboard the Linseed Express. There it is. All aboard. Where it stops, nobody knows. Not even the hypno train. Yes, you want to use the oil paints. Look at how easy it is. Look at my flashing light. Wait a minute here. Wait a minute. He's like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Laser pointer, laser pointer. Not a laser pointer. Why do I feel like I've been hypnotized? Thanks, appreciate that. Now, Dark Horse insists that it was Recoil that conjured us. So Recoil, who is it that has the highest percentage in the league now? Yeah, those guys. That's the highest percentage in the league. That's crazy, right, Recoil? Lurking and doing some Minecraft. And of course, again, Recoil, you want to share anything in that chat, please go ahead. Mum's been in for a little while. It was... So Recoil, I think you heard that Surface Tension had some super handy suggestions on getting the Chat GPT to cooperate more with what I need. So Who knows, Rico? You might be seeing some images later after the stream. Work this up here. Everybody check out that link that Recoil just shared. Oh, that's it, Recoil. I'm sure they're printed by now. I got those ship files. I sent you a picture of the slicer. Yeah, I sent you a picture of the slicer there. So yeah, yeah, he had some ideas. He said, actually, we talk about Luke Beveridge and the clipboard doing his adjustments right at quarter time and halftime and such. Well, apparently you can telestrate. So I don't know what the game. Obviously he has actually some rules for his game. I don't know what they are, but it's the alternate one, so it's not Battlefleet Gothic. Um, Sort of like a human faction. And we were talking about Space Above and Beyond. That's what those ships kind of reminded me of, was the Space Above and Beyond ships. So let me see. So we have there is this time we have our basically liquid peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. That would be, and now it's not Screwball. It's actually oh gosh, it's the Tennessee whiskey version of that, which at our pharmacy is like $6 cheaper than the exact same thing, the exact same size container. But thanks again for that, Recoil, because I was actually there was another fleet that I found because I was searching for those, and actually it was much cheaper. Now maybe the ships won't be quite so detailed or whatever, but I thought they would be really nifty for lots of object source lighting, really different type designs. So actually I got two different fleets. I'll try to print out this other fleet probably tomorrow, because again, this one's already done, I'm sure. I mean, I started them probably an hour before the stream started, and these prints were only supposed to take about they were going to take about 4 to 5 hours max. We've been streaming for over 4 hours, so if they're not already done, they will very soon be done. So again, thank you so much for the hype train. Appreciate that. Okay, so there's that. Let's get rid of that. Let me get back to my fabulous Pearling Crimson, because we need some dark over there. Also up in there. And there we go, more dark down there. This thing got taken out. Now, Recoil, I finally got to see that play with Riley West, where he basically just took the guy and threw him to the ground and then kicked the goal. Yeah, it got a little bit rambunctious on the broadcast there, Recoil, because pretty much by halfway through the second quarter, they were kind of, well, shall we say, getting up to some hijinks in the booth. Yeah, when they're singing Happy Birthday to one of the guys in the booth during the game, that's when you know the game might not be the closest game ever. That's pretty much a first for Aussie rules for me, is to hear the other announcer singing Happy Birthday to somebody. That was not something I was expecting when we first started listening to the game, right? Recoil. I didn't get the choo-choo thing. Usually I get one of those. Well, I think we should have one more Iron Horse though. Let's do one more Iron Horse here. Here it is. All aboard. The hype train. There it is. There it goes. And again, oh, don't forget, the hype train racer is coming up. Yes. So for the Indianapolis 500, so that's going to be probably the last Saturday of this month or whatever. We are going to be doing the linseed racer. So we got basically a race car. I actually have a couple of them. Obviously, one will paint more like our linseed brotherhood or fellowship special, and then we want to do another one in these, or we might just do the hype train version first. I don't know. I might do the hype train version first. First, we'll see how it goes. Might be a little bit easier. Actually, recoil. I don't think I've heard that yet. I don't think I've actually heard that post-game interview. So now, hopefully, this kind of success leads to whatever. No fooling around with the contract situation there. And I really am wondering, recoil, if all of those injuries early on, if that actually is going to benefit them, because as I was saying earlier, they got folks there. They're not exactly going. They weren't playing garbage time. They were starting in big situations, and that might just mean that if you need to maybe give somebody a rest later in the season, but maybe not lose too much on your 18 or your 22 guys there, that might help. So yeah, recoil. It's almost, or sorry, Bratweiler. It's almost like being able to go 5 or even 6 shifts deep on your on a hockey team and not lose too much between, say, maybe 3 and 6. Obviously, you wouldn't quite have the roster spots for it, but let me try to lighten this up a little bit more. So Dark Horse, again, glad to have you here. Actually, this stream, it wasn't terribly late. Well, again, almost all the streams were starting closer to midnight for a while. What are we trying to get up here? More light. More light up there. There's a whole lot of complicated little things that are happening up here. And of course, your Aussie Rules review brought to you by the Wappelville Sports Network. We cover the, let's see, what is it? Yeah, we cover the news before, we report the news before it is news. That's it. Hey there, Camda, how you doing? Camda, if you want to share stuffs in the chat, same thing. Well, it's got to be a cavalry day, right, Dark Horse, when you pop in here? Now again, in all likelihood, the next stream will be our Armada Monday, and we're going to be, well, it's not going to finish off the Orc fleet officially, but it's going to mostly take care of the last of those larger ships, the Orc Cruiser and the Grot Cruiser. Everybody check out that Insta link that Camda just shared. So Camda, Sectorix was able to provide, or not, sorry, Surface Tension, a key little bit of advice about using Chat GPT, which could be very interesting. Essentially, again, drawing on the image and saying, like, no, when I want to add more of the mounted barristers, don't like literally cut somebody out of cardboard and stick them on the other side, like separate from the whole image, or don't make one of the barristers have like a 5 mile long horse with 3 barristers on it. I mean, it was embarrassing, as they say. And surface tension was like, well, you can pretty much like draw on the surface and say, look, just stick him here. This is where he goes. And kind of like, okay, this part good, this part no good. And I do think that is going to have a huge impact on how we can utilize, again, because we're starting to get into the more complicated stuff. It's not just like, show me a nebula of this, or show me Galadrim Knights with this armor or whatever, and cloak cores on snow bases. Now we're trying to construct whole entire scenes. Are there more skelly friends over here? There are, actually. Down over there. Geez, I guess I'm going to have to print a whole bunch more skelly bits for our diorama, amongst all the other basing stuff I've been printing. So again, Canada, great to see you here. And the Bulldogs almost won by 100 points in the game. Well, I guess it was last night. Nope, that's going to be too red. Let me get back to some of the Mars yellow deep there. And again, look at all that. Look at all the green there. Right, we'll get the orange up here. Speaking of which, we're going to get some more of that to toss up here. Actually, I'm going to intensify it even more. We are going to take our Indian yellow. We're going to, start breaking that down. And then we're going to get basically this cadmium orange / Indian yellow. Oof, look at that. It's not a glaze. It's not a pin line wash. But it is very intense. There we go. Some of that right in here. So yeah, Cam did the freehand on the cloak. This image on the lower right hand side, that was also that I basically said create a fresco of Lady Justice as a demon, and the scales of justice in her hands should be having nice little piles of eyeballs in them. And it did a decent job of that. I'm going to try it again, but maybe more as a Renaissance painting. Again, more actually to make it more like my freehand. Of course, I'll have to. It's not going to quite do it exactly what I want it to do, but it'll hopefully maybe get again a little bit closer to more of a Renaissance type of a feel. Oh yeah, see we got we toned that down just enough so now there's that lightest light right there. Let's take the same again, very intense yellow orange. That will go here. That's better. So Artemico, is it still a bazillion degrees inside the house and in the 60s outside the house? Wow, look at that. It is 79 degrees in here. It's almost 10 degrees cooler than it was in here last stream. Now the humidity, it's dropped even more. It is down to 29%. It was, what, 33 last night? Sorry, it's still got the stoopy mix, and I'm sure you still have the one guy who's what is that? He's got that bed cooler. It's not an electric blanket to warm the bed. It's actually to cool it down. There we are. More of our fast. So I'm just gonna break that down here. Actually, I'm just gonna get all that extra stuff off of there. There's some fuzz on the end of the brush. We'll get rid of that. So great to see you there, Camda. And again, everybody please check out the Instagram link that Camda shared. So Camda, I will be on the Council of Miniature Painters. Let's see, what is it? 3:14 in the morning now. So 12 hours, 14. So 14 hours and 46 minutes from now, I will be on the Council of Miniature Painters. And I will be actually discussing a whole bunch of AI type stuff and how we utilize it here to try and come up with, again, ideas like the freehand and even just the miniatures in general. Okay, let me get that a little bit later here too. Yep. Now up here we go. We got that orange up there. Now we're going to take this and we'll put this on top of it. Like so. There we go. So now we got some nice bright edges happening there. Oh, that's right. I was wondering, Rico, if you guys were still doing the almost Mines over Moria, but no, the what is that? Return to Moria. That's the game you guys were doing. Thanks. Yeah, Camda, I am really chomping at the bit now to see what that essentially the telestrator can do with the AI there. Like if anything else, Camda, we get the satisfaction of like a teacher that puts a big red mark on somebody's paper or something like that, who just like, here, look, this is wrong. At least I can do that. I can get revenge. That's it. That's it, Camda. I can get vengeance now on it by just putting big red marks all over the place. Now we're gonna let me get this. That's the Prussian blue mixed in with a little bit of our icy blue. Okay, I did that, and I'm gonna try and get back to some of our really light stuff here on the hair. That might be the most satisfying thing, even if it doesn't work for anything else. If I can literally just draw that on there and say, nope, this is wrong. Because actually I was getting so frustrated, I think it was last night or earlier today, I basically wrote, that's terrible. I don't know if you've ever done that with the AI, but actually wrote on there, this is terrible. And of course, well, now I'm starting to like, what is it when you do when somebody's asleep? You draw a mustache on them. So yeah, let's see. Let's get okay. There we go. So yeah, this again is see that image in the lower right-hand corner? That's the Lady Justice. Again, you got the pile of eyeballs there, and actual. Let me get that a little lighter here with first that where it attaches, and we have there we go. Need an eyeball that's down there. It can't all just be floating in here. And then this is another bit of freehand here. We got the quill, the hammer. Well, you can't really see the hammer because it's behind his foot. But we got our eyeball right here. And then over here, we got more freehandy stuff down there. And then over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 freehands. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the links to the Instagrams, to the YouTubes. Oh yeah, that's right. We put the Deathwing Terminators. That's on the Instagrams right now. So yeah, you want to check out those. We painted most of those on stream. I also did one of them as I almost said color theory and oils, but that was a chapter studies episode. So that was actually Camda. I might just have to now that I have this maybe new ability with the software, maybe I can create a an autocorrect monster. I'm just thinking like something like create a creature that displays, I don't know what the frustration of autocorrect on a phone. I'm not quite sure how to phrase that. There's some not just reflected light, but also again it is our green as reflected light. I'm glad you like that, Camda, because when you see the series on the actually constructing the diorama, there's going to be an entire fresco of that, a whole wall with that design on there. So glad you like it because you're going to be seeing a whole bunch more of it. Most likely episode 2 and or episode 3. Now I might have to make the wall detachable. So it might actually not be glued down onto the scene. If you check out the old blog, actually, Camda, you'll see I think I did at least 2, maybe 3 dioramas where there was basically some kind of a fresco or mural on the back wall. I think I did try, was it one of those on stream? It was either on stream or in a tutorial video as a Reaper miniature. And I did do some kind of artwork on the wall of some type. A little bit lighter here. So that brings that forward, sets that back a little bit. So yeah, Camda, that was super fun. Again, I had to change it several times because, you know, the image in the lower right-hand corner, well, that's just flat. Whereas on here, I didn't quite have that luxury. Right on here, it's got not only is it got the undulations, but it's all smushed up at the top. So it's just like, okay, let's make this as challenging as possible. The fresco itself, the wall is going to seem ridiculously easy by comparison. But I do find it kind of hilarious, Camda, that I've actually had to use. You know, I did the thing in AI, but it's the painting of it on the miniature that really kind of solidified how I want it to be in the end. So I will be taking pictures of these guys, and I'll see if I can also import them in. So I'll just say, look, put this guy here. Put this guy over here. on the face here and his nose. Nose above his eye. Maybe a little bit more on the eye itself. Maybe this one too. Touch more of my light up there. Also some there. Okay, yeah, something like that. I'm working a bit more on my light along here too. Yeah, that's got a whole bunch of dark there. Let me try this. Let me try the orange here again. Ooh, how about that? A little bit of the Mars yellow deep in that orange as well. That'll give it even more opacity. Yeah, a little lighter there. Take our yellow into this now. That's the basically Hansa yellow. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I should get me some of my green in there. Let me try that after we do this little bit with our orange here. Let me try something. We're missing a little bit of light over there. Oh, also our red. That's what I wanted to do. Missed out on that. Some of our deeper red right in there. Now on the face here, that's what we wanted to do. We'll take some of this now. Again, I'm still thinking that is some kind of a mask or something, or so we're gonna try and make that more of a gold here. I think the only other experiment I did with one of my painted miniatures in the AI stuff was like I just had a picture of a lizard man saurus or something like that from years and years ago. I want to see what happens maybe with images of these guys. Let's do more of our like right along here. So what are we at now? 4 hours, 38 minutes ago. I can show you what he looked like. It was this, because they were all primed at the same time. So that's what he looked like. Again, there was no freehands or anything like that. No non-metallic metal, just that. And we're going to do this here now. Yeah, a little bit more. Maybe more reflected light. Oh yeah, on this side here. His fingers. More light there. Gotta do something in this recess area. Also going to try and maybe go with some more of the lighter gray. We got this over here. It's still sitting here. That was our indigo mixed with the radiant violet. I guess we got to go here a little more of the radiant violet. That's better. Now this over here, what's going on with this? That's looking a little raggedy. Let me get the darker, our coal black mixed with the indigo. Whoops, that is still way too thick. There we go. Cause that got all, yeah, that all got kind of coagulated together. Hey there, Irid, how are you doing? Everybody please give Irid Wave a follow. And of course, Irid, if you want to post your Pinterest link in the chat, please go ahead. And here's hoping that the stream was a huge success earlier. I'm sure that it was. And of course, oh, and Irid, thanks again. It's probably done now, but I actually was able to secure some of those spaceship files that we have been talking about. And those are printing now, so thank you so much for the generosity there. So that hopefully will be turned into a painting series. So yes, it's going to go directly from that generosity last night to a painting series as soon as I can get those all prepped. Be the first of its kind. Never did a basically army painting series on essentially Battlefleet Gothic ships. So I'm glad that the stream went well there, Arid. That's fantastic. And again, thank you so much. And of course, and thanks Camden too for being being eagle-eyed like Guahir on the Paul Rubens oils. And thanks Recoil for kind of the whole AI revolution. That was a big part of it there. So thank you so much, Recoil, for doing that. So all the folks that contribute in a bunch of different ways, not just to the stream here, but to the Linseed Fellowship. So Irid, yeah, if shoot me a message. If you can maybe shoot me an Instagram message. If not, you can do the what is that? Is it called a whisper? I think. Shoot me that, and I'll send you a link to this guy. Actually, wait a minute, Arid. Time out. Hold on here. I might actually wait a minute here. Let me try this here. So I'm going to see if I can get to mine and go to this here. One second here. Yeah, okay, so the one, there was two different fleets. The one fleet is from Grand Fleet Admiral Tabletop on My Mini Factory. And he has a whole bunch of different fleets. So you got lots to choose from, Irid. Tons of stuff to choose from on his. And then the other one actually also had some interesting fleets. And his were much less expensive. That is Evan Carruthers. Evan Carruthers, okay? So those were the two. And they're both on My Mini Factory. And there's some really nifty stuff there, so I'm sure there's something that will work. All right, here we got again, that's our brown mixed with our radiant green. And we're also going to welcome in Joni. How you doing there, Joni Darko? Appreciate that. Where is he again? It's like, well, where'd the laser pointer go? It's like, dude, I thought you hated those. He's like, well, I don't know. I kind of changed my mind on those things. It's like, yeah, but the last guy that didn't you turn him into something unnatural? He's like, yeah, I turned him into like a mounted lawyer or something like that. It's like, well, wait a minute. I bear a resemblance to that response. What's going to happen on the big Gandalf 6 here? First roll of the evening, I believe. Oh, man.